Hello, everybody. Let me get rid of the echo before I forget. There we go. All right, this is Red Ben. It is now Thursday, August 10th, 2023. If you want to get a hold of me on Twitter, it's at RedBenTrader. If you want to learn more about the algo that I'm using, it is based on the Trade and Perform algo, which was developed by my coach, Simon. Simon runs a trading room that I trade in with a couple other professional futures traders. It's a small group. I'm not actually, we grow very slowly, just like maybe one or two new traders every month are able to join just because it's a lot of work to learn. And Simon doesn't want to impede on the members who are already learning. So he's not really interested in growing to be a huge room. He just wants to help those who want to learn. So if you want to ask for a 5-day free pass and see if it's something you want to consider doing, you can email Simon. It's trade, the letter N, word perform at gmail.com. Yeah, if you mention that that you heard about the room from me, he'll and say that I said that you could get a free pass for a week. He'll do that. So, let me quick show you what we're doing today. So I usually trade NASDAQ. Um, Today was another really fun, rangy day, and it's funny. Yesterday, I said in my stream for anyone who was like watching all of them, or if you go back and watch it, like I had the turn here, and did not execute it right. Like I got the trade and then got out of it and had an opportunity to get back in and didn't. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wasn't aggressive enough. I was not. Yeah, I knew it could happen and I just didn't do it. So and that's just how it goes, right? Like you can. It's one thing to know what to do. It's a whole nother thing to actually be able to execute. Today, like I came in like ready to like nail whatever what like the market could throw at me, because after a day like that I'm just like, you know what, there's no reason to be apprehensive. I know what I'm doing. I just need to run the program. So today I had a plan. I executed the plan. I not only caught this, so this one was pre-market and I missed, obviously I wasn't trading, that's CPI, but when I watched it, um, and saw that it bounced once again right off of the fib. And remember, these levels are like, you guys can all have these. Like on my Discord and on Twitter, I share the calibration for the Voodoo Range indicator. It's totally free. You can get it on TradingView. It's you need a private invite to get it, but if you check my Twitter, you can find it every week. I usually post them Saturday night. So if you have the invite and you have even the free version of TradingView, you just get the indicator, add it to your favorites, and then load it up onto a chart. And then you need to go in here and change these two inputs to match what I show in the picture every week. You have to recalibrate it. And then it'll put the yellow lines there, right? So it'll look like this. And then if you want the intraday lines, which I find super helpful, what you need to do is, I showed this in my Voodoo Range video. If you want to learn, there's actually a lot of stuff I explain in there, not just the Voodoo Range and how to use it. But what you do for the fibs is you anchor the fib from the Voodoo Range level to like of your choice. It doesn't totally matter. I tend to use one that we've already negotiated. So like, it can depend sometimes. Like it probably still works on this one. I can show you actually. I'll demonstrate that in a minute. But you put it on a Voodoo Range level, and then you anchor the other side to a prominent high or prominent low that's not aligned with the Voodoo Range. So this one was great because it didn't quite reach the level. And this actually occurred on Friday, that high. I chose it because of the big volume. See, if you look, since Friday, we've had lower and lower volume. So there were a lot of traders getting involved in here, this from this low to this high, and then they made a divergent high where they went higher in price but not higher in volume, and that's what's kind of started this change. So you really, it's best to have one if you can see that the trend has kind of changed or like potentially changed. That's usually a pretty good one to pick. There's a little more art than science to it, but once you have it right, you will know, because like all of the like standard fib retracements and extensions, these are the ones I use if anyone wants to take them down. They're pretty standard. But it's the retracements and the extensions, not just the retracements. You need the extensions as well. But if you do it right, the market should be responding. Obviously, it's not going to be like precise every time, right? But you should see reactions to the levels relatively often. So like, it's, to me, I can see that like this is good. And then you get stuff like this and stuff like this and this and this and this. It's pretty cool. And then the actual VR levels, the yellow, can also act as support resistance, and then they tend to align with the like one of these ranges generally is about the size of a like whatever fair value is, and that's just the way they're built because math. So yeah, it's not hard to do, but you do have to calibrate it every week, and then you have to draw the fib. But just to demonstrate, like, I know it might look hard, but I'm going to show you, like, it doesn't really matter. You'll still find, here, let me show you. So if we take the fib retracement, let's say I wanted to see if there's a better fit, because we're looking for a best fit. So I've already got the VR levels on there. They're already calibrated for the week. And I'm like, okay, I don't know which one to pick. So maybe I decide to pick this one because it's the middle of the consolidation. So if I change this anchor to 15,431, it'll move everything like that. And if I looked here, you're still going to get alignment, but you're going to run out of levels as you go down. So had we gone up, that might have made sense. And then the other thing you can do, of course, is you can take this anchor and find another low or high that's not anchored to a VR. And then like you check and see, are we getting reactions to the levels? And I'd say generally we are. It's not perfect, but it's okay. And like I said, generally this is a low volume day, so it's probably not the best one. And this is a current day, so we don't really know if that's the low, but if it was, there's some reactions up there, so it might be. But and then here too, and here, that could be the low. Oh, did I not have it in the right spot? There we go. It's not super perfect, but could be. Or even this one. Whoops, I moved it. What did I do? There. How does that align? Not bad. See that? So like, again, it's not going to tell you where to trade, but it's going to give you a sense of whether or not you've moved the amount that the market kind of naturally wants to go, because the energy in the market, the amount of movement you get is based, well, okay, it's based on two things. First of all, it's based on expectations, which is everyone's looking at the same charts and everyone uses math. So and most of the trading these days is all done electronically anyway. So the result is, if you can find a mathematical way to sort of measure what's normal, it's not that it's going to tell you where it's going to turn, right? Like, you're not going to be able to like put a sell order at the level and then see it reject with a 10-point stop or something. That's not what I'm suggesting. But what I am suggesting is that if you already know the what's kind of normal and expected, and you're trading in here. Here, let me put it back to how I had it before. So I had it on this high. But as you can see, like, it doesn't really matter. The important levels are still going to show up. Even if I go 15 to 21.50, like, you're still going to get some alignment, you know. And so no matter which one you use, it'll be fine. I just look for the best fit, and for me it was, I think, this one. Yeah, this one looked the best to me based on the information I had in the beginning of the week. And then we haven't had a bigger volume day than Friday, so I just left it there. But like I said, if I when I opened up today and saw the CPI bounced, like, it basically snuck under that fib, probably like impulsive sellers and stop losses getting hit underneath these overnight lows. Well, I guess not overnight lows, but the swing low here. They swung underneath it and then closed way back up here. And if you look close, it actually closed over the VR level, which doesn't mean it's going to be bullish right away, but it suggests that we're not rejecting off of it at the moment. So two pieces of evidence that, like, I don't really want to be bearish, because if anybody was shorting and they didn't cover, now they're going to become buyers as we push higher. And if anybody shorted this level, which again, I realize that it aligns, and so you could technically say, like, if you thought it was bearish and you saw that rejection, that might help you look for a short. But it doesn't mean that just because it rejected that you have to short it. That's just not the way trading works. You can't just take a trade because, in my opinion, not consistently. You can't just have a level and be like, okay, it rejected it. It must be bullish. I'm just going to buy and leave it for the rest of the day. Like, it's not that easy. You need order flow evidence that, like, not only is it rejecting there, but I actually have somewhere to target and a reason to think that the market's actually, like, going that direction, with, like, some, like, an, what's the right way to say it? Like, we basically, the market moves because people get trapped and then act emotionally. So while it might reject here, that is probably just because that distance is basically what's natural at the time. And so you get like a breather, and then it can continue higher to the next kind of point. And you can see that it rips right through. It's not like it's just going to go like level to level to level to level. It's not that simple. But when you see it just blow through this, it's pretty clear that that's like an impulse move. It's not just the market moving from one level to the next level, like balancing like this. So there's no momentum here. It's just going from level to level to level, right? I hope that makes sense. And then here you start blowing through the levels. And so now there are traders trapped and you've got emotional reactions. But the important thing to see, you don't even need any levels for this. Even if you turn everything off, you don't actually need them all. All you really need to see is where the liquidity is. So, for instance, once we made this high on Wednesday, oh, you can't see the volume if I do it this way. Here, we do need volume. So let's see. So we'll just do this and take away the drawing and take away the levels. Okay, so even if you don't, if you have a totally clean chart and all you have is volume, you can absolutely still find general areas where it's going to be easier to trade and you're not going to get chopped to bits. The first thing to figure out is where is the liquidity. Well, actually, that's not true. The first thing to figure out is what time frame are you trading, and are we balancing or are we trending on that time frame? So if you're trading a multi-day strategy where you want to hold overnight and you're trying to take advantage of some sort of continuation movement, this is not what you want to see. You don't want to see this. This is gonna eat your stop if you try to momentum trade with like swing trading if it looks like this. And I guess that kind of takes some practice to sort of see that. There are definitely indicators you can use that can sort of show you that it's not behaving properly for a trend continuation strategy. But for instance, the difference, let me find a spot where we can here. So this is what you want to see if you're swing trading momentum. Now dips are going to get bought, and you can put your stop below a swing low, and if they suck it up and then bring it back up and hold that, that's a good place to re-enter, and then you can buy the dip, right? That works really well when it looks like that. And then here's what the short momentum looks like. It's very similar. It's usually a lot faster, briefer. And so when it's doing that, you can just swing trade on a higher time frame. You can, now that's fractal, so if it's doing that in a smaller time frame, you can also momentum trade in a smaller time frame, which is actually what I did today. But trying to figure out where that turn can start, where the momentum comes in, if this is the if this is the chart you're looking at, the time frame that you're looking at to find a location, what you're looking for is places where there's liquidity. So for those who are trading the wrong type of trade on this time frame, where are they putting their stops? So like I said, momentum trading this time frame doesn't make sense. There's not a lot of momentum. We are just moving from side to side. It's not clear which side on this time frame has all the energy. So if someone tried to momentum trade here, where would their stops be? That's what you have to ask. So if we're looking at this, and like I said, we were opening here, and I identified that I shouldn't be trading momentum on this time frame, then ask, well, where are those who are making that error? Where are they putting their stops? Well, probably behind this high and behind these lows, right? It depends like how wrong they are and how whether or not they're aligning time frames or not. If they don't align time frames and they just see a lower high and assume that means it's short, they're going to put their stop here or here. Or if they were back here on a higher time frame and saw a lower high and a lower low, definitely putting their stop here. Whereas once you start on you could do this on a slightly smaller time frame to see the bullish error. So see how this starts to make higher highs and higher lows. So if you trade this on an intraday, like scalping or whatever, yeah, absolutely, you can put your stop here and it'll survive. But because the higher time frame is not clearly bullish, what that means is before you get an impulse move, most likely in that direction, you're going to need to clean out some of those stops of the traders who are like basically trading on the wrong time frame is really the way to think about it. They're taking the tiny time frame and assuming that they can apply that same logic to the higher time frame without actually checking to see if the two time frames are aligned with, like, is it trending in the same direction, is it balancing, all that. Because like I said, if the market is fractal, if all these theories work on a fractal basis, like where everything works on all time frames, that means that at this time frame it is balanced. So that means by definition that if you tried to momentum trade, it's not going to work on this time frame. To do it, to momentum trade, you would need to zoom in and recognize that your quote unquote uptrend it starts here, right? And you should expect that before you get this big rip, if you went on the smaller time frame, you're going to get a stop sweep, at least one. So one of these lows or more are going to get swept, right? We're going to go and collect the liquidity of all those traders who are basically they're putting their stop too tight considering the higher time frame. They're not considering the higher time frame. So on this tiny time frame, it looks bullish. It starts to kind of pull back, and the only way it can continue higher is actually by stealing those stops and then like reversing. So they need to get all those short-term bulls out of the market, and then if the buyers naturally show up here, the result is all of the guys who got stopped out or the ones who went short here become natural, well, forced buyers actually. And then once that occurs, now you can look at the higher time frame and say, okay, where are the stops for the traders trading on the other side? Well, like I said, they'd be here or here. And if you just look to the right, that's going to be the spot to watch in general when it's balancing like this for the momentum impulse move to start. So if you were looking for a long, you need to wait until this gets stopped out. And now you have a chance to go collect liquidity up here. The problem is it might not work because you'd have to work through all of these. See, it's a little hard to explain, but it's much easier to do it, to get the big move when you've been going in that direction, sweep the stop, and then return to going that direction. So you have to kind of find the time frame that that's happening. There is one, most likely. Otherwise, there's just no trade. But if you look like here, you can, if you go high enough, you'll start to see that there's like a bearish like tilt to this where you are making lower lows and higher highs. Well, once that momentum slows down, which is kind of happening right now, most likely you're going to need to steal some stops, maybe more than once, to be able to continue that momentum. So see, and like I said, you could use indicators if you're swing trading to see this, if it's hard to sort of visualize, but the idea is when momentum on this time frame slows down, the only way it can continue is by taking the stops of the smaller time frame traders who are putting their stops too close, and then you need to see them actually respond. So you can't just buy the dip because it gets the liquidity. You have to wait to see if they actually respond. And like here, they did not. Right? And now this is important to understand for the momentum setup I'm going to share that uses the algo, because it's the exact same thing. I'm just looking at order flow to actually execute the decision, because like I said, if you just have the level, you won't really know that there's momentum until you see a candle close with volume and all that. And even if you used a 1 minute or a 3 minute chart, it a lot of times with futures, that's going to mean having us, like, let's say here, right? Let's say you were looking for a long, and so you knew that longs need to get stopped out for this to get an impulse move higher. There's no reason to long in here at all. So I have to wait for this to get taken. It gets taken. Do I buy it? I can't. I don't know if they're going to respond. So they start to respond, but if I'm using this 3 minute time frame, I don't really know that they responded with aggression until this bar shows all this volume. And I really need it to take over the biggest volume bear bar, which is before it. So I would need a close over that, which is here. Well, that one closes at 15,250, and I'd have to put my stop like a momentum trader under here at 15,195. That is way too big for futures. It's like a 60-point stop. So, I mean, it's 20 points per contract, right? I'm not going to risk $1,200 plus on every trade when it's a momentum trade that's only going to work 30% of the time. Because sometimes it's going to go a little bit and then it's just going to roll over and join the bear trend. That's likely to happen if this is swept and sellers are found, but it can also technically happen anywhere in here. You don't know just because they closed up here that it's always going to impulse higher. The opportunity might be there, but you don't know what's going to happen. And most of the time, it continues doing what it's doing. So if multiple time frames are aligned to the bearish side, which is what's happening right now, these little momentum trades are not going to work very well. You're not going to get a lot of continuation most of the time. So you really need to have a sense of where the momentum is. Now, if the bearish momentum slowed enough on the higher time frame, and on the higher time frame you got a liquidity grab, it can work. But again, that's I'm not going to try to say that I know when things are going to work and when things aren't. That's not a thing. You don't know. You could say that your potential is higher, but you don't really know. So, like I said, you would know if you were looking for a long based on this time frame. You could say, well, this is the low of the higher time frame. That's not been visited. And on this smaller time frame, if you see this as slowing down in momentum, which I would agree with because you've got decreased volume as you drop in price, and the location makes sense because not only was there a fib there that we got a reaction from, but we got under that fib and rejected it. So they collected the liquidity and now they're traveling the other direction. And where are they going to go? They're going to go to wherever the shorts who got in too late put their stop. So at least here. But like I said, by the time you know on this time frame that that's happening, you're almost to your target. Doesn't really help much. And you don't really know if you have enough energy to get here, and you won't have risk reward to pay you often enough to make that work over time. You could get lucky sometimes, but you're not gonna be able to consistently do that. So to be able to get a higher win rate, what you need is a way to look inside the candles, looking for order flow of that indicates aggression. So there's many ways to do this. The way that most people do it is they use the footprint chart, which looks like this, and it's got all these numbers, and every single trade that's done is indicated by how many contracts was done per price, and you can analyze that in real time and make decisions based on aggression. I did that for quite some time, and it's possible, but it's really tough because you don't have clear confirmation that what you're seeing, what you're interpreting is actually what's happening. So what we've done, with what my coach Simon has done really, and then taught me how to do, is we've basically taught the computer to do that work for us, because it's all just math. It's just a matter of figuring out the conditions that you would be looking for and then programming the algo to look for it and give me a signal, something visual that I can interpret way faster than math, than doing math in my head, of what's happening. So now in the room, most everybody is looking at something like this with just a couple signals repeating over and over. In fact, this one has maybe 2 extra ones that most everyone in the room doesn't use. But some of us who have been doing this for a while have started to find other additional ways to trade. All you really need is these. When it comes to the execution signals, these are best. And I honestly wouldn't trade NQ without either having the signals on or being confident enough to be able to identify when these signals would be going off by watching the DOM or watching the footprint. If I couldn't do that, I would not trade futures, not leveraged futures. No way. I can trade options without it, but then I can control my leverage and not risk $20 per every point. If you're going to have that kind of leverage and you risk blowing up your entire account basically on any day, you need to have precise signals. So like I said, most everything can actually be found on the algo that everybody uses in the room. You don't necessarily need the extra signals that I've added. But I find, first of all, that mentally for me, I've got ADD, and if I don't have a lot of information to analyze, I actually have a harder time paying attention. It's exactly the opposite of everybody else. Everyone else says, "Oh my God, that's way too many signals. I'd never be able to focus." Like, to be honest, for me, I need something for my brain to do to be able to stay focused, like on the chart. Otherwise, my brain goes somewhere else and I miss stuff. So, like for everybody else, this is probably a few too many signals, and that's okay too. You don't need to use them all. But for me, it's almost like I need something to analyze, just to keep me focused on what I'm looking for. So I don't necessarily need all of these signals at once, but instead, basically the way I use it is the signals I've added either provide me a filter, meaning like to keep me from doing stupid stuff off process that I do. So things that I'm not supposed to take trades with, that I just emotionally make decisions. The signals can keep me from doing that because I can build rules such as I cannot short if I have an arrow pointing in the opposite direction right at my entry, or I can't long if I've already gotten underneath a pink box, right? Like those things, those rules aren't necessarily rules that most people would need, but for me, I go into those like tunnel vision where my bias is totally off, but I'm sure if I just keep buying it, it'll turn, and then I'll take like 4 stops in a row and then be like, oh my God, it's been bearish this whole time. How did I miss that? And in retrospect, it's really obvious, but when you're zoomed into a 15 tick Renko chart, you can miss like big picture things that you could easily see if you were looking at a bigger chart that like, oh, we're coming right into old support. This is probably new resistance. I definitely shouldn't be longing here. So even if the algo says take a long, it won't say take a long, but it might say there's buyers getting aggressive here, I shouldn't do anything. So like this arrow, for instance, says that there's more buy flows coming in than we've seen for quite some time. But that does not mean to buy, particularly when you look to the left and far enough. And like I said, we're very zoomed in. But if you went far enough to the left, what you'll find is whoever's making these green lines here, right here, these are clear resistance as we came down. They got trapped. They're trapped buyers. So if I was all zoomed in here, I might not notice that without the extra lines and signals. And I could look at this and just be like, yep, I'm going to buy this. There's plenty of aggression. I'm going to scalp up here and put my stop under here. It's good risk reward. Let's go. And then when it stops out, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll try if they turn here. And then if they try again, I might do it again. Even though I don't have the entry signals that I'm supposed to look for, I make like stupid tilty decisions. And that's just human, right? I've been doing this for a long time, and that still happens if I don't have a reason not to. But the nice thing about having ADD is it means that if I can see a clear reason not to do it, like if I have a rule that I'm supposed to look for that says you cannot do this, I can totally follow it. I'm not actually a like what's it called, like a degenerate, right? It's just that I get stuck thinking that I'm right. So once I see that I'm not, I can absolutely snap out of it. But if I can't see, or I'm not looking for the big picture, it will actually absolutely get stuck in those patterns and give away a week of work in like 10 minutes. Totally done it. And the solution for me is to add the filters. So the other thing my additional signals add is they are giving me ways to momentum trade. See, with Simon's trades, Simon has us focus on high win rate trades, which is excellent. And there's no question if you're new at using the algo, you definitely should learn them first because they work a lot, like 65% of the time. If you just wait for the right pattern, like get a purple bar and then a bull bar and then a triangle with a plus or a pink bar, that's going to get you 10 plus points and sometimes a lot more, a ton of the time. And so that pattern alone can pay you a lot. And then the inverse looks like this. And then if this one was pink or a plus, it adds to the win rate. But you'll find you need range for it to work. But if you look, you'll see it all over the place. It also needs to be positioned correctly at the bottom of the channel. So here's one. Purple, bull, triangle, pink, long to the opposite side of the chin. Right? And those work almost all the time. There are times when they stop working, though. And when they stop working in general is when momentum is really strong. And you're trying, because they're mean reversion trades, you're basically taking advantage of the fact, oh man, that you're taking advantage of the fact that markets, if they're not trending, they tend to neutralize. They have, it's just like on the daily chart. If you are in fair value, hold on, let me just clear my throat real quick and get a drink. Be right back. Hold on. Okay, that should be better. So sorry. Too much talking. So yeah, generally, if you look at a balanced market, regardless of what time frame you're looking at, you'll generally find that markets return to neutral, like more often than they. If they go too far in one direction and there's not enough momentum to continue in that direction, the natural reaction is to return to neutral. The exact opposite happens when there's a lot of momentum. So if there's a ton of momentum like this, first of all, you will rarely get any opportunities at the back of the channel, what we call in position, which is where you have the best like risk reward, basically, because in neutral markets, most of the volume is done inside of the Keltner channels, which is the blue lines, and then the gray is the middle. And then the shaded area is a different channel that I also use when it's trending. And then I can look at how they are related to sort of trigger me into the fact that it is trending. But when it's not neutral, what you're going to see, like I said, is that it won't reach the point to get the trades the high win rate trades that we want in the direction the market is going. And it will occasionally set up, maybe not perfectly, but it may give us purple bar, bull, and then triangle that's pink. And it doesn't mean it's not going to work, as you can see here. I mean, this was in 5 bars, but it's still pretty good. So yes, it'll work still most of the time, but not as often, and only if it's at location. So this happened to be the overnight low, and we have ways in the room that I'm not going to go into of how to find location, like in the best way possible. So you'd know not to even look for a trade long once you get the rejection out of. I'm not going to go into it. I don't want to get on a tangent, but location is important for mean reversion trading in particular. So if you expect the market to revert back to neutral and it's not going in that direction, you need to generally wait until it gets beyond the point where it would naturally go to just from like regular range. of like what's expected based on previous experience. And like I said, that's something that Simon teaches. And if you're in the room, you know how to find unfair pricing and all that stuff. And that works really well for neutral markets, for balanced markets. It's the way to do it. But when you're not balanced, you spend a whole lot of time doing this, and the trade and perform setups often just won't show up. They wouldn't work if they did, because what they generally do is they get you back to neutral. They're mean reverting, so you don't want them to show up in that situation. But yeah, you're not going to have a lot to do when the market is going in just one direction and it's not at a key location to fight that trend. So the challenge for me has been what to do when I don't have those high win rate A plus trade and perform setups to take, because they're just not setting up right, or they set up but not quite in the right spot. Like for instance here, that's not purple, but so like this one, see, this one's in the wrong location. Purple, bull bar, triangle that's pink, but it's on the wrong side of the channel. And as a result, it falls back down before it goes. Now we have another way to catch that, which is the apex trap. So apex or swing low, come back under that apex, and then close back into this bar's range in one bar. And especially if it has an algo signal on it, and if it's followed by a triangle, even better, you can get a lift. So that is one way that we can get involved in a trend that's already started, as long as you're willing to take them, even though they're not in the best location. But, you know, the better way, obviously, is just to catch this and hold it. But that's really tough because before that, it might not look bullish at all. And again, here's another one that's not in position that totally fails, and that's why you need to wait. That one's got a plus, right? So it looks just like how we want it to, but it's in the wrong side of the channel, and as a result, it needs to dip before it can lift. So when you've traded mean reversion for a long time, you just have to master what it looks like and not miss any of the aspects. It needs to be at the right location. It needs to be in position on the channel, and you need the pattern. And like I said, it will provide the best trades. I'm definitely not refuting that at all. But if you miss it, or if you get out early, there may not be another opportunity to using that method to get the rest of this move. Now, I'm not saying that you need to catch every move to make money. You don't. But there are a lot of momentum opportunities, and there's days like trend days where the market basically gives one entry that is A plus, like right at the low, maybe even in the beginning of the day, like the first 10-15 minutes. And if you usually don't trade during that time, you're literally just watching the market run, and you know you're not supposed to be fighting it, but there's a frustration with not knowing how to get onto that trend. So what I've done is, like I said, added some additional signals that can help me, first of all, determine that there is momentum in one direction. And then second of all, give me location that even though it might not be the right location for a mean reversion trade, it will often work to get in with the trend as long as I'm right that there is momentum. So I'm going to show you maybe 2 or 3 of these quickly, and then we can watch for them in real time. So the important thing to understand with these, you do not take it when it looks like this. If it looks like this on the 15 tick, you may have to go to the 24 tick. If it looks like this on the 24 tick, you might have to go to the 40 tick, right? And eventually you'll figure out, oh, the momentum is to the downside. We're at the bottom of the channel on the 40 tick. So I probably should be looking bearish if this is a trend day. But the good news is when it's doing this, it means the trade and perform signals will start to work. So I can look for pink bar, bear bar, triangle down with plus sign. And then that will get me short in this environment. It just will only work for the range of whatever the market's doing. And then it's going to come back, and then I'd have to wait for it again, and it doesn't show up again. But we do get a little apex trap here. Oh, no, we don't. Right there. So apex, pull back behind that apex, 1 bar gets back into this apex's range, and it's followed by a triangle. That can be a short. Your stop goes back here, and you're good. So if it's neutral, you don't need anything else. But when it's not neutral, that won't show up, not at location. So if you miss that, and let's say up here, right? You have a pink bar and then a bull bar, pink bar, bear bar, triangle, but it's not pink and there's no plus sign, so the win rate's lower, so you skip it, which is fine. Even though it's in position and at location, you might skip that one. And then it drops. And it's like, oh shit, I think I missed it because that was the location I thought it was going to short of, that I wanted to short of. It just didn't trigger. So I'm obviously not going to know that isn't going to occur until it doesn't occur, right? But after this happens, what I can say is I know I don't want a long. If we get under, like my rule is if we get under one of these pink boxes and we can't produce another one, I can't look for mean reversion trades. So I would wait here hoping to get apex trap if it went all the way up here and then flipped over, but it doesn't. And it also does not give me the purple bar, bear bar, purple bar, or I mean pink bar, bear bar, purple bar with the triangle. And then here it actually apex traps and gives you pink bar, bear bar, purple bar. So you could short this with the trade and perform algo and be fine, right? You could find it. But sometimes it doesn't show up. Sometimes it doesn't give you this nice pullback. So if I knew it was bearish, what I can do is, like I said, once I get under this pink with this pink right here, once I get under it with the yellow line, which is the VPOC of the individual bars. So right there, I've gotten under it on a bear bar that's not purple. So it's a brown, it's got to be this brown color for my algo, or my version of the algo. It's got to get the VPOC under the low of a pink. So because at this point, I could actually buy that for a mean reversion trade. And then I could sell this because I have not gotten under the pink. It's still neutral technically. And there's a good chance it's going to go back and forth through the channel, and I can have a 60% win rate just scalping 10 points back and forth, which again is $200 per contract. So, I mean, you can have a pretty good day. Again, I'm not refuting that at all. But sometimes you don't get this setup, and then it gets bearish, and you're like, oh shit, what am I supposed to do now? So it's gotten under a pink, right? It got another pink. It's got to get under that with a VPOC. It happens right there. That's slightly lower, and then it starts falling away. And so now we're not going to get apex traps, probably. It's not going to get back up here, and it's not going to give me what we call a 3-bar setup with the triangles. So instead, I need a momentum trade. So the easiest way, once you know the direction, is to find a box, purple or pink. If you're sure about the direction, it's purple or pink. If you're not sure, it's just if it's bearish, we're looking for purple. And if it was bullish, we're looking for pink. And then for the bear, what you want is a yellow dot on mine, which is a sign of volume, basically. Or let's see, how can I explain this? Price shifted, but volume didn't. So it's volume price divergence, and it's often a turning point. It's not necessarily the what's it called? The higher high, or it's not necessarily the swing, right? But it's an attempt to make a swing. So and it turns up right away, unlike these pivot signs which turn up 2 bars later. The yellow comes right away. It technically can disappear if on the very next bar, this yellow dot can disappear the way I have it set up if the next bar increases in price and volume. So you technically need to wait 1 bar, and then it will not disappear, and you know for sure. So the setup is box, which is telling me big delta spike, then dot, volume diverging with price, followed by triangle, which is a sign of aggressive continuation on the footprint. And as long as I get under the box here, as long as I get out of the range here, I can now use that box's range for retests or aggressively short the triangle. So my choices are short here, or wait for a wick that rejects that zone, because that's now resistance. So if we lift up in here, which again is not going to be the top of the channel where the trade and perform setups happen, but if there's momentum, I can short as long as they reject it. Now I get another box, right? It's still bearish. It's actually 2 in a row. So box. Now I need a dot that has a bar with some of its range inside the bar with a box. So that's this. And now the next bar, as long as it goes in the same direction, will confirm that that dot stays, and I can short. So right there. See how they wick back up, but can't close a bar bullish, and then short. Now, the further away you get from this channel, the more risky these entries get. And you need to have evidence of continued momentum to take them. So for instance, this one might work 40% of the time. If they come back up and reject out of that area, but you're in the middle of the channel, that might work 45% of the time. If you get continuation lower and you take it aggressively just on the dot or the next bar when it closes bearish down here, you're now probably at like 30% of getting like 10 more points. Eventually, one of them will stop. So you have to be aware of that. Okay, so look, this one too, box, came up, rejected with the dot. If we get another bear bar, you can actually short it again. And we don't. So now I have to wait, right? So if I was short, I'll just get out, take my profits. If we come back up in here and we can't close above it and we reject, I can take a triangle down. Okay, we get triangle up, not doing anything. We get a pink box, right? So that is my stop sign that says I need to wait until we get under that. Otherwise, I do not have clear evidence that we are bearish. So I wait. Now, they immediately followed it with a purple box. It's aggressive, but it's actually a sell signal. The one box and then counter trend, and then another box in the opposite direction of the trend. I'm actually just taking that entry right there. But you could wait because it definitely could stop, but that is actually working pretty well. And particularly when it's back in this range of the purple, because again, the purple is saying, if you think about what it's really saying order flow wise, all it's doing is it's saying at the purple box here, the delta was a lot more bearish than you'd expect considering like conditions. And that suggests impulsivity. People are hitting market sell. And that doesn't mean short, but if that area becomes resistance in the future and you can't close over it and get volume above that, it means that it's continuing to be defended. Now, you do need to be aware of where you are on the bigger time frame because you don't want to take a short right into key location. But it really is not that complicated. You're just looking for a sign of impulsive selling and then watching the range of where that happened, specifically at the VPOC. If you want like a level, and find the VPOC of the bar that's purple. And if that is rejected in the future and we can't get bullish volume above it, and in this case, you'd actually have to get it above this one as well because there were two in a row. So it's actually a pretty good time to be aggressive. But this, because think about it, again, you've got people, way more traders, way more contracts getting done on the bid than on the ask. They're hitting the bid and they're marketing out when the price drops. So, and they're doing that, if you think about the location, during momentum to the downside at lows, not of the day, but like at support, right? If this was neutral, if it was a neutral market, this is where everybody buys, right? If we go back to this, where it's still neutral, where we haven't gotten under a pink, we get under the channel, and the natural thing is to return to the middle of the channel, if not retrace the whole thing. If that can't happen, despite the fact that this impulsive selling is happening under the channel. And again, it's just really just math. It's just normally, if it's neutral and you get a purple box at the low, like this, and it's balanced, normally that's going to invite buyers to trap you if it's balanced. So if they don't, and instead we get continuation, and then we return to that level on some time frame because we get some sort of a wick or a bullish bar like that, and it rejects at that same location, it's still got momentum. Now again, that can change in an instant, so you have to be vigilant. If this low gets taken out and there's no delta, or there's decreasing delta as you go lower, you just want to get out. I've got this line here, which is basically a moving average of the delta, to keep an eye on that in case there is divergence. But this is a very, very good sell. And then you could even do it here because we put another box. We've gotten under the pink, right? Here. So it's bearish. So any dot that occurs inside of this range, or it has, or the wick or the bar touches that range and then produces a dot, as long as it stays, which technically needs one more bar, it's bearish. Now eventually this will stop working. There's another one, right? Retrace, reject, no dot though. So a little bit dangerous. There's the dot. Oh, did it not quite reach? This one might not qualify. Does not quite reach. So they approached the area but didn't quite reach it. I don't know if that matters. And then we've also got delta divergence now. See how the delta is getting smaller, less negative as we go lower. That's reason for slowing down on the momentum trading. So now when I see that, I'm probably, even if this was valid, I'm probably not taking any new trades. I want to wait to see if I can get back up here, or to see if a pink box shows up, and I'll stop trading momentum. Doesn't mean it has to go up. It's just maybe be a little cautious because there's less delta as we're going lower. So the yellow boxes like this actually have the same qualities. And with this one, it's not a delta spike, but what it's saying is like it's delta in a spot that I don't expect. There's more delta than I would expect. It's not a spike, but it's more than I would expect considering like where we are. And again, that can get trapped. So you don't just want to sell it. But if they try to trap it and they can't get volume above it, it's bearish still. So we wait. Okay, they try to trap it. which is great because that means time to stop shorting for the moment. And now what I expect is this can neutralize, so we can keep going lower once we reject. And I'm looking for a short up here unless I get a pink box. Now, if they rip through this and get volume above a purple box, no more momentum trading. Or if I get a pink. Okay, that's, oh, it's so close. Again, doesn't quite hit it. So we wait. Another yellow box. Okay, and they continue from there with the dot. It's a little more dangerous, but if I get a non-purple bar underneath this or this yellow box, it's still bearish. So I'd want to wait then for a retrace because we're so far, and here oh, actually I can't look at the delta. Can't do it. I'd have to wait. Can't do anything. So normally that's a sign that it's bearish, but I'd have to wait for a retrace or at least a wick, and this one doesn't reach that zone. So I'd wait here. This could get trapped. The blue is very susceptible to getting trapped. They do continue. I'd be very cautious here. Okay, there we go. Pink box. Stop momentum trading until we take that. Comes back up. So I'm not taking the retrace here because there's a pink box underneath me. I'm expecting that to act as support for the time being. And in fact, you might, if this was purple and I get a plus sign, it's a great entry for a long when you have a pink there. The only problem is this is your target, the purple. This one I do not expect to hold. It's not as strong. And we have divergence. So they're going to lift this. It's not a bad entry. It's just not technically the best. But it is, I believe, an apex drop. Apex. Oh, it just missed. Or did it? It might be valid. But the flows at the low, if they don't immediately fight back to those flows, I'm going to assume it's going to go into a neutral state. So they turn early. See, this is the purple. And they're turning early, which is like kind of surprising. Oh, but we have these boxes, so they're rejecting that. Yeah, so I know they do sometimes work with the yellow boxes too. I'm just not sure how often. And with the divergence, I definitely wouldn't take it. But, oh, and with a pink box, I wouldn't take it. So I need to get under this. Otherwise, I expect neutral. And that might turn into bullish if I can trap somebody aggressive, which there's one right here. And we have trapped him right there. See that green right here? Once you get a VPOC above it on a bar that's not pink, right? A bar with like real aggression, because the pink or purple is saying market's moving, but it's moving primarily because the order book is thinning. You've got more people pulling their orders, and that's making it's making price move easier. You don't necessarily need any aggression. But when it's not pink, if you can get volume above a point where someone was being aggressive to the opposite side, it suggests that they're trying to trap him. You don't know that he's trapped until you get this pullback that holds. But this is actually a beautiful long. The only problem now is this purple bar might act as resistance, but this is a good spot to try long. It's not always going to work. And it would be better if you had a purple bar here, but for me, it's worth a try. And so you can see we get another pink box. So now I can kind of start over and say, I need to get under that to even think about shorting. And because I think it's bullish here, we've got someone trapped. If I get a blue dot and I then get a triangle, I can get long or at. So I need a blue, preferably a blue dot or some sort of a sign of aggression. An arrow works, a green bar, something bullish after a pullback into this bars zone. Note the purple, the spot, oh sorry, it's this one. We've gotten a pink above it, but we should expect that they try to defend it here. So that's not a surprise. And if you got this entry, this is an excellent place to take profits because it's pink at resistance, which means, again, the market price is moving up, but it's not moving up due to aggression. It's moving up because people are pulling their orders, and it's got a blue box on there. And we know that unless there's bullish momentum, getting these out of position are going to lead to a lot of reversions. So it's a very good candidate for trapping, just like these. See how we got above it? So this should be support if it's bullish, but this is resistance until we get a non-pink bar up there. So great spot to get out and wait. Okay, pink bar with the box, followed by arrow down in all conditions other than super bullish is usually a pretty good mean reversion trade. The problem is I've got a pink bar so near me that my target's actually right here. So better to wait. And they do reject it and give me another pink. So now I need to get under this to be bearish. Oh, here comes the jets. Sorry about that. Okay, and they get under it. So pink box. VPOC on a non-purple bar that's bearish underneath the pink box. It's bearish. So since it's got a triangle, and since I've trapped this box up here, you could just aggressively sell it, but your target is these trap traders. So why sell it? In my opinion, just wait. Sometimes they just rip right through them. Usually they try to save it. Yeah, like that. So see how they could not get a VPOC on a bearish bar that's not purple, a brown bar underneath there, and they bounce. So this is what a turn usually looks like. You trapped some bearish sellers, got over it, came back, it became resistant, it became support. Then this one got over it. They had an opportunity to trap buyers. They tried with heavy flows, got continuation, came back to where the trap sellers were, and we got heavy buy flows. So it's not bearish. It's at least neutral, if not bullish. So if I can get a pink box, I can start buying blue dot triangle up. But if I identify that this actually looks more bullish than bearish, I could also take basically any triangle plus purple bar, bull bar. So a pink triangle or a triangle with a plus sign would be a trade and perform entry, which is right there. So that is a valid trade and perform entry, and that one will probably work because they work a lot. So again, if you catch it, you don't need anything extra. You just wait for the plus sign, right? Here and here. Not hard. But for me, what I end up doing is I'm like, oh no, it's bearish. And then I miss this. Whereas with the extra stuff, I can identify the exact level where I'm like, look, it's not bearish if they can't get under this. Right? And I knew not to sell until they got under this, but it didn't make sense to sell this because of new support. So I might miss that, but a lot of times I'm going to buy that. And you can see we've gone back to neutral. So it's no surprise that the trade and perform setup works beautifully. And you don't want to be momentum trading here. It's going to be really hard and it won't work very well. So now it's bullish. And we don't know if we're going to get any more. Like this might be the only entry. We might not get an apex trap, right? So what I can do now is wait for bullish boxes, blue or pink, and then look to the right and see if I can get a bullish sign of aggression, a blue dot
a star, a green box, stuff like that, on a pullback preferably. So this is my last pink on this time frame. We did get under it, but we reclaimed it right there. We got a bar that's bullish with a VPOC above its high. So it's active again. So now you need a blue dot and then a triangle, technically. Blue dot. So this one, these didn't get triangles. We wait. Blue dot. Because you don't know the blue dot's going to stay until you get the triangle. Or at least another bar. Nope. Blue box. Star. Right? Nope. Needs to wait. Okay, it didn't set up, which is good because it looks like it's not going to go higher. So we wait. Did we get back under the pink with a bear bar? Yes. We're not bullish. Not momentum. It's just back to neutral or bearish. But we do have a purple box. Purple box. And we're under the pink. So under purple, under pink, we can start momentum trading if it sets up. Ah, pink. So now we're back to neutral because we got a pink. So now we got to get above purple. And we get purple down, bull bar, triangle up that's pink. Again, we're neutral, so the trade and perform entries are going to be best. Lifts, right? We get paid. Let's see if this acts as support because it's got a pink box. It does. You can buy this because we haven't gotten under a pink. So sorry about the jet. They're just hanging out above my house. Oh, let's just wait till he goes.
So it's neutral, right? This isn't always going to work. But we had a bull trade work already. And then we had a pullback. Oh my God, go away. You actually had an apex trap here. They might have stole your stop if you put it too close, and you'd have to get back in again. And then if this stops out, but I don't think it does, but if it did by like a point, this would be an entry as well anyway, even without the purple underneath, behind it, I mean here. And for me, the yellow boxes are just as good as purple, whether or not they're purple or not, just so you know. The blue boxes are just as good as pink, and the yellow boxes are just as good as purple. They work exactly the same, basically, only they have extra properties. So even though it's not purple, it is impulsive selling. It might not have been due to orders getting pulled, but the result is often the same. They act as support and resistance, and when you beat them, you can move faster. So again, if I think it's momentum to the upside, pink, blue dot, or star, or up arrow, whatever, followed by triangle, I can target any purple box up here, any trap pink box up here, or just a location. Is it always going to work? No. But, and especially when it's neutral. Now here, I didn't see. I have a trap buyer, the box. This got trapped right here. So that's my target. So should I take this trade? No. I didn't see it. But those act as support and resistance, like I just said. So you're going to get choppy trading if you have a trapped seller and a trap buyer. And so we should really wait until we get out of this area. It's just going to go back and forth. See that? We got over it. There we go. So now, pink. Because remember, getting VPOC above it on a bull bar that's not pink. Here's our trap buyer. He's released. Now we need this to hold. Right there. Green bar, star, whatever, diamond, anything. Now I need a triangle up. Boom. Actually, I wouldn't because there's no dot here. I know it's bullish because it's a star. So I could technically take it. But this is definitely good. And I know it's not in the right location for the trade and perform entry. So it's not because it's purple bar up, plus sign. It's because that's not going to work if it's not bullish. It's because we had a trap buyer. We released him. We returned to his range. and we had a pink box, a huge delta underneath us, and they're acting as support. So if it's bullish, it's going to lift here. Does it always work? No. Sometimes you run into resistance. It's not always going to work, especially when it's not clearly bullish. So you're going to get probably about a 30% win rate on that if it's not clearly bullish. Where it works better is, like I said, once you've trapped somebody. So now I've got an under pink, purple. I want a bear bar with a wick in there that has an auto signal, like a yellow dot, like that. I need to wait for another one for the yellow dot to confirm, and that's a short. So again, wrong side of the channel for a mean reversion trade, but I'm under a pink box. Now I would want to check and see if I have on a higher time frame any trapped sellers down here, but I've already gotten under them, so I'm okay. And we just keep going. There's 2 more bear boxes. I need a yellow dot. Oh, looks like they're going to come back and give me another entry. Needs to turn here, otherwise. Okay, so it looks like they're probably going to trail me out. Yep, trailed out for sure. Technically, you can get a pink box above your bear box. But this is, sometimes they just, oh, interestingly, we had a purple. I missed it. So if we got above a purple, oops, see the purple at the bottom? I didn't notice it till I looked at delta. If you got a huge delta down here and you get above them on a non-pink bar, you don't want, it's not bearish. He's trapped. So now purple, bull, plus sign up. That's going to do it. Again, it's not purple on the inside, but the boxes are going to act the same as a purple bar for me. And so that is going to be your like turn, right? Just like a trade and perform entry. And here too, purple, bull bar, pink with a triangle, just as good as the trade and perform entry with the purple on the actual box. Where did that go? Here. Purple box, purple brick, purple bar, bull bar, triangle up. That's either pink or has a plus sign. Again, this one you don't have much expectancy because you're just taking it. It's a mean reversion trade, so you're just trying to trade to resistance. Yes. But even if the bar on the inside is not purple, but it's got a box, either a purple one or a yellow one, indicating delta, it's just as good because now you trapped an impulsive seller. So slightly different, and then same here. And then that means if you get a pink on the top, followed by a bear bar, and then a triangle down, or a blue on the top, that's also just about as good. Let's see, right here. Pink box, bear bar, triangle down. Oh, this one, it's tricky. This one's also a purple box, so that's, again, it interchangeable. So that will give me the same entry. It's just an alternative way to get the same entry. But like I said, once it starts getting momentum, you can actually use the boxes. So here we've trapped somebody. Good chance that there's bull momentum. Any box, assuming you're above purple, right? So he's trapped. So any box that gets a retrace with a dot or a star or a green bar or anything bullish, and it gets follow through, you're probably okay to long, as long as you're not trading into resistance. And then same with the pink boxes. Yeah, I know this is out of position above at the top of the channel, but pink box, they try to fight it. They can't get VPOC below it. You get a bullish bar with an algo signal, right? Dot, star, and follow through. It's usually going to work. Is it going to scream higher? It depends. It depends. But this can work more than once. That can be another entry. Whoops. You've still not gotten a VPOC underneath
this. Now the hard part is because we're waiting for a VPOC on a non-purple bar under here, you could technically get stopped out if you put your stop like under this, because it could be a purple bar, and then they could reverse. So you sometimes have to take it twice. If it apex traps and it does not get a VPOC on a bear bar that's not purple underneath this, I'm getting back in. But it usually only happens once. I've seen it happen twice, but I'm gonna take it once. So like, let me see, maybe it'll happen. So if you put your stop like a couple ticks under here and it got taken out here. Now we got a purple bar, so that is probably a reason not to do it. But if this wasn't here and then I got another triangle up, I'd take it again, one more time. Although here, our signal was way back here. So, oh, and we have divergence on the delta. Probably not a good idea to take this one. So, like I said, technically, that's probably okay. But I really need to see it get above this bar, because if we get yellow dot, triangle down, it's probably bearish. Nope. Once we get above it, that guy's trapped and we're fine. But that's a pretty hard entry to take. But it is technically the way it's supposed to work, where you get an entry. Oh, did this one not stop out anyway? You know what? The entry never stopped out. So it's okay. If the entry would have been here, it could have stopped and then re-triggered. Like I said, I've never tried to take it more than a second time, but this one never stopped out. So it's actually okay, because the entry signal is based on the range of the bar. Oh wait, it's this. So yeah, it may have stopped. Well, no. The signal is bar, bull bar, pink, bull bar, pink box, bull bar with a wick inside his range, and then another bull bar. So that's your entry, which means that your stop goes under this one. Sorry, it's got to be here. So it never stops out. You would get in here. You take a lot of heat, but you would not stop out. Okay, good. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it stops and then re-triggers without getting VPOC below this. But you can't put your stop above the pivot. That doesn't make sense. You have to have your stop where you kind of think it should go, because you're momentum trading in this case. If you make a lower low, you can step out of the way until they trap somebody. So pink box, it could happen again. Now this one does not have an algo, so it needs an algo with a wick back in there, like that. So if this gets another bar on top of it, I don't like that it's a box. That's not the right place for the box, but yeah, good. It does not trigger. Okay, so we wait. Oh, dot, star. It's got a box too. This one might stop. There we go. So that's technically an entry. Stop goes here. This one might stop. Yeah, it's going to stop a bit. Right there. Stopped, right? And I kind of saw it coming because it's divergent on delta, and it's getting me long on a blue dot at the top of the channel, which is like dangerous. These belong down here. You can get them up here, but usually you're going to get a pullback, and then you want to, as long as you've had a pullback, it's okay. See how this one needs a pullback? And then this one just goes. This one just goes. Like, how they're not going to do that over and over and over again. Eventually, those impulsive buyers are going to get trapped. So purple, right? Pink. So neutral until I get above this on this time frame. But on the other time frame, the higher time frame, there's no purple, and we never got a VPOC under pink. So it's probably bullish. And if that's the case, if you want to keep momentum trading, it's a wick in there on a bar with a algo. No algo. Yeah, I would not take that. That's too bad. Oh, it just missed. Oh, but it's got the see, you can do either box. If you know it's bullish, you can actually use the range of the trapped box. So that is okay. But since it's a dot, I need to wait for another bar to confirm that it'll stay. So that would technically be an entry. Pretty scary, but works. And then we have another one. So if this one gets a pullback that holds in that range, purple bar, so purple box, I mean, be careful. And okay, purple bar under here, they can still save it right there. So if I get, oh, I got to get above this to be bullish. Did I get a purple bar on this one? Oh, I got to get above this. It's not, the momentum's done. So, and it's okay, you never got continuation. So if you think it's bearish here, based on this, because here you got underneath pink, you could either see the 24 tick, you got a wick back into a box. So now the next bar down is a short. And then on this time frame, under pink, technically it's purple, but we see it on the higher time frame. The higher time frame trumps the smaller. So if I get a pullback in here, which I did, and continuation, I can short there. So 2 reasons to short that level. And there you go. So it's, like I said, you have to be aware of your location, because like if I look at this, if I was buying all through here and I'm at 15,276 and I'm like, oh, it's triggering again. Do I want to be getting long here? Considering that my target was to take the liquidity at 15,426.75. Do I want to take a trade at 15,426? No, not bullish, right? I also don't want to short it until they reject. But you have to watch the freaking chart. Like, don't be crazy. It's not just gonna, take, I mean, sometimes it does, but usually it rests first. So if you see that you're getting a momentum trade signaling at 15,273 and your target, wait, was it 15,273. Hold on. 15,273. 15,273. We're back here. Here. Yeah, so you're coming back into here. I guess it's not that bad. You could be coming back up to here. So it's not, I thought we were here. You definitely don't want to be taking the longs up here. But certainly you could be targeting one of these. That makes sense. So I guess it's not that bad. But if you're up at the top, at this, like above a previous day's high or below a previous day's low, and you get another continuation signal, like maybe pause. But the important thing, like I said, is you may not have had a target here, and maybe you get trailed out, but you can either identify that it's bearish and try the momentum trade here or here, and you have a long ways till the next consolidation. I mean, really, it didn't consolidate. I'd probably target this. Is that about where it goes? 15 to 17. I don't remember. It might just yeah, it just drops right through it. But that's where I'd be looking in here for taking profits. But see how it keeps signaling? Like this is the important thing to see, is like once you know it's bearish, box, retrace, algo, triangle, short, box, misses, just keep holding. Oh, there we go. Retrace, algo, triangle, short. and then box, retrace. Does that one hit? Yep, algo. If we get a triangle down. Nope, no triangle. And then the other thing that I didn't mention, when you get one that stops, it probably, if I didn't imply this already, if you get one that stops, the momentum has stalled. Stop doing it. And if anything, look for the mean reversion trades, or be prepared for the market to actually flip directions, which doesn't always happen, but lately that's been the way it works. When it gets really rangy like this, that's often how it works. When it's more balanced and it's like a trend day, let's say, like in one direction, you'll get the momentum trade stops out, and then it like bull flags neutral. So the regular mean reversion trades will work, like the 3-bar combos that Simon teaches. And then it'll trap a seller and momentum trade to the same direction as it did before and rip through the high. That's how it usually works on a trend day. But when it's ranging in big, like fair value area like this, you're gonna get the bull to stop, like this one. If that, I don't think that one triggers, does it? That one doesn't trigger. Where's the one that stopped? There was, right? Wasn't there one that stopped? That one didn't trigger. Where was the one that stopped? Was it here? This one stopped. Because you put your stop here and get long here, and it stopped. I'm not looking for another one. So I'm not going to look, even though it did pink box, I'm not going to take a pullback here. Usually you'll get some divergence. It could go higher, but I'm going to chill out. And I'm also going to start looking for the mean reversion trade. So if I get pink, bear, triangle down, yeah, that's probably a bear. Right? And then if it starts to be underneath the pink, now box, retracement, algo, triangle down, bear. And then I can just keep doing that over and over and over again until it stops. And then the important thing is to see if it, did this one not set up? It didn't set up. If it stops, you have to be ready. So you could actually take one anywhere in here. Goes the other direction. Did I have one up here? No box up there. So wait. Box. Yuck. Yeah, so this is usually bullish. See how it goes purple, then pink. If it gets over this, it's bullish. Right there. Oh, it's got to be non-pink. That's bullish. Yep. Again, because you've got impulsive sellers and then met by impulsive buyers. They check below and aggressively buy and then get follow through. Oops, pointed to the wrong one. But like, it's no different. Like, look, here's the box. Did you have a pullback that shared the range of that box? Yes. Yes. Does it have an algo on it that shows aggression? Yes. Did you have a follow through bar? Yes. So you could buy either one of those. You could buy this one and you can buy this one. And then you've got a box. So if you get a pullback in there, if this would have had an algo, and then this one would be a long, but there's no algo here, so I'm waiting. And not surprisingly, since there's no aggression, but they push higher, they're going to fight it. Pink, down, triangle down with a plus sign. That's a short. Oh, but you had pink box, so that's your target. I forgot. You have to get under pink box to take the neutral trades, any bearish trade. So now, bull in the range of the pink. If you think it's bullish momentum, it's triangle up and you can take long. There we go. There we go. Back into the range, triangle up. Nope, no triangle up. Back into the range, no triangle up. It's probably done. Purple box. Are we under the pink box? No, we should probably wait. It's going to get neutral. Purple box again. Yeah, see how it's chopping in between? We're just going to wait. So the trade and perform entries will work though. Purple, bull, triangle up with a plus sign. That's a trade and perform entry. You can take that. Most likely it'll work. Oh, it stops. Damn. Oh, it got under pink too. So now it's bearish. Look, under pink. It's the last one that matters. Got under pink with a purple here. Sometimes everything stops and nothing's 100%. They might work more often than these momentum trades, but it's still only maybe 60% accurate. And it was not quite at the bottom of the channel, so that decreases your likelihood of it working. And you're trading in a choppy zone, which is not really a good idea. Okay, so this is an apex trap already, but we got under pink. So if we get a purple up here, we could start to bearish momentum trade. Instead, actually, any box. If we're under it, we can use these two. Yellow, triangle down as a short, because we're under pink. There. Oh, and it's purple too. So this can be a short, or if this range gets retraced and then rejected to the downside, that can be a short. So I could short here, and then if they turn this right there, I could short that. Boom. And that's all I did all day.
And like I said, I expected low a day or low a week, and we're there. So let's just take a look at what's going on right now. I've already got puts, so I'm cool. But now that you know what that looks like, it's harder in real time, but the slower time frame over here will be easier. This one will go faster, and you have to be pretty good at this just to trade the 15, but you'll see them more often. The higher time frame is the bars are too big to take futures trades with. I can't risk 40 points per trade, but it gives me a good idea of where our location is on the higher time frame. So we're under the neutral zone on the higher time frame. And if you look, we have divergence on delta. So we're probably going to get a relief rally here. So I wouldn't want to momentum trade short on these time frames. And then plus, even on this one, we got pink, right? So we should stop taking momentum trades. Otherwise, a triangle down here would have been a bearish entry, but it didn't happen. So like here, if they go bear, bear, I'm not going to take it unless the bear bar gets a VPOC below this. And it means I might miss that continuation trade, but it's going to improve my win rate substantially because I'm just not even going to worry about it. And then because we got the pink, I expect some chop here. The purple bar, the one with the big delta, is going to be resistance. And the pink, the one with the big delta here, they're going to try to use the support. So it's going to chop in here. It doesn't mean that the trade and perform entries won't work on the smaller time frame though. So if you got purple, bull, and then in the same range, it's broken out by a triangle up that's pink or has a plus sign, you could take a mean reversion trade. It works just fine, just like that. That's all you really need. And then if you got that, let's say you got in right here with your stop at the low, under the low, you could just hold it and target wherever you want, right? You don't need all this momentum trading stuff. You can technically just do what Simon shows us and have a stellar win rate and pay less fees. But if you're slightly degen like me and you have a hard time watching the market move 100 points without having a way to get in, and you know which direction it's going, but you just need to know which pullback to get, well, then you just need to watch the delta and know what an aggressive retrace with an aggressive response looks like. So we trapped this star. Oh, no, we didn't. We have to get a regular bull bar above it with VPOC, and we didn't. These are all pink. This could turn anytime. If I would have gotten the trade and perform entry, I'd actually exit here. I'd exit the long because that's a great trade off the low. And again, that might be wrong, but now if they close a white bar, I would look for a re-entry. But 3 pinks in a row at resistance when I've got aggressive sellers underneath me, this one, and I can't get any real volume above them. The only way I can get the market to lift is when people pull their order off the order book. It's not that bullish. If they can close a white bar and hold on a pullback, yeah, it might be done going down. But for the time being, it might look bullish, but there's really no continuation of any
It's just sellers giving up, and yet buyers aren't responding to that. So, which means buyers may be trapped above us and looking for an opportunity to get out. See how they can't quite close it? If they do, it could change. Oh, 15 tick got it. Now they got to hold that. Get under that, and they're in trouble. Yeah. See, it needed a ton of volume. That's that diamond. So just to get that one bar closed above these aggressive buyers, they needed a ton of volume. It's not always bearish to get volume, but you should expect a pullback to check to see that those weren't just sellers getting stopped out. Like, they might not have been pulling their orders, but if they absorbed some buyers and then someone pushed a little higher and took a bunch of buyers out, that could have actually, you can get a lot of volume from that. But if they're not natural buyers who see this as a good value, this low will get taken. But if they defend it, then we can start momentum trading to the upside. Because we did make a new low of the week. So if it's balanced, it could wiggle back and forth. And I will cover my puts if they do hold that. And it looks like they're doing it, because that is a momentum long on the 24 tick. I'd like to see them hold a more substantial pullback before I exit. But I mean, what I really wanted is a lower low on the week. I wasn't sure I'd get it today. Let me just see it with the higher time. The higher time frame matters more. So here, they didn't have any trapped sellers on the higher time frame. I will wait. We're going to need to get more than just pink bars on the higher time frame. Otherwise, this could just roll over. But on the smaller time frame, that trading performance tree is rocking. And I would have had to re-enter box. Where's the box? No box? Box. Bullish. Pullback. Triangle up. Okay, that's a momentum trade, but that would have been too early. I was saying I probably would have exit here. Oh, here's a box. Pullback. Could get back in here. So basically, I'd get out here and back in there. Because once you know the direction, it doesn't matter what the color the boxes are. You just need to find delta that's getting defended. That's really what we're doing. Squeeze. Damn, look at that. I'm not surprised. They took liquidity. I should have covered those puts, I guess. If they close this bullish and hold a pullback, I need to close them out. But that went a lot faster than I wanted it to. And that's how it always goes, right? That's the hard part about shorting, is that once a couple big traders decide that they're going to try to defend and we do get a bum, the hard part about this is that we didn't really know for sure that they were being defended until here. I was just a little slow. Otherwise, I would have bought it. But it's a good example of how, like, I can get a little biased. So I'll wait, though, because, like, the 24 tick is... I'm sorry, the 40 tick, my swing trade time frame, is... they're entering the place where all the aggressive sellers came in right now. So if we get a VPOC above this, it's definitely dead. And you'd think that they'd try to defend it. You'd think. Let me just run to the restroom real quick because I can tell that this might get exciting and I'm not going to get a chance. So hold on. I haven't done that yet. I will be right back. Let's watch and see if... I'm not going to short it, but let's see if we can get a read for whether or not this is going to continue or not.
I will be back. Hold on. All right. Got my coffee filled up too, so. But if you look on the 40 tick, we had the same thing happen where the diamond at the top, so it's heavy volume at resistance. So we had heavy sell flows and heavy volume here, bringing us down. They often, on a pullback with the trend, will lead to impulse moves, and then sometimes at location, they'll lead to reactions. But here, but you can see you didn't get the diamond down here, but you got the when you get them at the end and not the beginning, not the turn, but at the end. See, this one is at the turn, right? These are at the turn, the diamond. But if you get them at the end, like this, they'll usually get retraced, and then what happens next is what matters. And you can see this anywhere. So like this, it's in the middle, but you get retraced, and then reaction. What's it called? Like continuation. This one, big volume, retrace,
big volume retrace. If you beat it, they usually need to use it as support in the future. So you can look at this orange line, and they did not use it as support. Now it'll probably be resistance, right? And you can do that at any time frame. So here, big volume also has pink box. So big volume, big delta. We expect it to get retraced, which it does. And then they find support and lift off. That's pretty strong. Probably time to cover my puts. Too bad. Look at this. That was like in 10 minutes. That's ridiculous. They did get a little bit of volume at the low, but not enough to really be anywhere near as much as the last time we were down here. That's not very bearish. Oops, what did I do? Sorry. There. I grabbed the wrong thing. Yeah, that's more or less centered. Sorry. There we go. Okay, stop. Now whenever I move my mouse, it moves. Okay. So right at a voodoo range level. What the heck? There. Right at a voodoo range level. At this point, it's like you might as well just wait and see if they can close above it. There's only 15 minutes left in the period, and if they close above it, I could probably flip to long on my swinger count. That sucks because I was actually not watching it and up pretty big, and now I've given back a lot. Damn, that sucks. Where was I? How high was I? 5? Okay. Darn. That's okay. They were almost 100% at the low. And now they're 30%. And it's always hard to cover it then because it's just like, even though it's a 30% gain, it's like, but I could have had 100%. And that's often what leads to like the prolonged runs is people like refusing to give up. But with this kind of impulse move, you often will take liquidity, which we haven't done yet. We're getting stuck at the voodoo range level, but we have not taken any liquidity on the 30-minute, and this is bigger than most 30 minutes. So we're almost certainly coming here, if not here. It's bullish. So and the location makes sense. So I will wait and make sure they do actually close above the voodoo range level, but I'd be relatively surprised unless they reject immediately. Because they got a VPOC above big volume after a retrace. That's usually super strong. This is probably a good opportunity for me to exit, honestly. Because it looks like they've rejected that low. And there's still... there is still 2 hours left. I guess I could just leave it. Because even if we do go take that liquidity, it could still keep going down. But like I said, it's always a little bit frustrating when you... what was that? Hold on. Stop listening. Alexa, go home. I didn't say your name. Go home. Yeah, it's always a little bit frustrating when like you have a plan, the plan works, but you weren't paying attention. I literally came back and was like, oh, it's working. Yeah, I hit my target, and then forgot like, oh yeah, I should probably cover it. And then 5 minutes later, it's like, oh, I was up 100% and I'm only up 30%. What do I do now? That's how it goes, especially with the short side. It's quick and brutal. So we'll wait. Like I said, I'm not going to let it go back through my entry, but psychologically, it's just devastating to like give back more than 2/3 of your profits just because in like 10 minutes, just because you couldn't open the program fast enough. But we'll see. I mean, I actually thought I was going to hold this for a couple days, so I don't necessarily need to worry about it. But this does not look bearish. on the higher time frame. We got, oh wait, did we? No, we did. We got a VPOC above the heavy sell flows right here. They're probably going to bounce right here. I should probably just sell them, you guys. That sucks. I should probably just get rid of them. It's no big deal. A win's a win, right? Let's just let this one close. Because at this point, there's really no difference between like 30% and 35% or whatever. Like, but I assume this is going to hold. Let's see. See those yellow boxes? If they get trapped, it's going to run. And see how they have not beat the pink yet? And they haven't gotten a VPOC below this one? No bearish VPOC below that. They really can't drop it until they put volume below it. They put price below it, but the volume's up here. And now they're retracing it. So it's likely done. They're going to have to step on it right here. I'm ready to cover. Highly expect this to go higher. It'd be funny if it didn't. On the 40 tick, the pink box is here, so. But yeah, this is going to be tough. These last couple points are going to be defended, most likely. But see, they got increasing delta without increasing volume, so yellow box. And they're trying to trap them because they got impulsive. Probably people putting their stops down there. And so now they're trying to trap those sellers. Yep, see that? Boom, boom, boom. Here they come. Star, aggressive buyers. Triangle up and it's over. And we can honestly just buy it if that happens. And see how they're not even like, they're not even able to react to that. It's like on a tiny time frame, it's just higher highs and higher lows. Like even with low volume, they can't do anything. They're trapped. Yep, they can't even get to this VPOC. So this VPOC here should be easy to retrace. And they can't do it. Oh. They try. That's almost there. There we go. Tested the VPOC. That's natural. Let's see. Assuming there's buyers there, this is over. A purple box will not be meaningful. Anyway, they need some real volume. Yeah, look at that. It's over. Bye-bye. Filled. Okay. Well, a win's a win. That's too bad. But I'll take a win. Frustrating. That's the thing that sucks about options too, is like, I guess it's my fault. I could go and do the math and be like, if I hit my target, that put should be worth this much. So I'm going to put a limit order right there and get filled. And I never go through that process. I'm just like, oh, it hit my target. I should go fill that. Like, I'm just so nonchalant about it. Because I can't just be like, I guess I could look at the actual chart of the option itself, but like you can never really guess exactly what it's going to be worth depending on like how fast we go there and stuff like that. So I really should just put a limit order in there though, but I never do. And then this happens where it's like, and you can't like I wonder if I could set it up that like if it hit a certain limit, that it then no, it can't. You can't put a stop order. I don't know. If anybody knows more about options than I do, let me know. But that's always been my frustration. Like with futures, like I can just put a bracket order in, and if it hits my, I know where to put it because I can see it on the chart. I can be like, if 15,140 hits, fill me. But with options, it's like 15,140 hits, and then you look at the option price, and it's like maybe it hasn't reached what you kind of anticipated it would at that point, and it doesn't fill you. But like, I don't even really necessarily go through the math because in the past when I try to do that, it doesn't calculate. But maybe I just wasn't doing it right. So there may be a way to be a little bit more accurate, but in my experience, like knowing what price you want to go out of the contract, knowing what price you want the underlying to be when you exit does not necessarily mean that you will know what price the option will be at. You can probably be close, and I guess I could just underestimate a little bit. Because I suppose if anything, if it gets there too fast to open up like this, to open up the program and put the limit order in, I suppose in that case it got there so fast that it's probably overcome the price. But yeah, I should probably be a little bit more professional about that. But I've always just kind of the only time I ever use options anymore. Yeah, I used to trade them all the time, but the only time I ever use them anymore is for usually for something that I plan on swing trading, or I think I might need to swing trade, so I can't trade futures with it, or I want to have more like range to my risk, and I can't, like, even with micros, I wouldn't be able to shape the trade correctly with futures. But, and then I'd have to be out at the end of the day. So if there's a chance that I'll lose more than 30 points and I might still be right, and there's a chance that I might want to hold it overnight, I'm not going to use futures. So then I'll just size appropriately with options. I typically don't trade them very big anymore. I used to do all my trading in options, so like I would use bigger size, but I never do that anymore. Like I've learned that I can anticipate this very small intraday moves with so much more consistency. There's just no reason to bet on the bigger moves anymore. And then having to get the timing right, and swing trading's tough. Dude, are they going to give this up? I didn't realize it was a pink bar. How did I not? Damn. I just looked at this a little more closely and I'm like, hold on a second. They actually haven't beaten. Well, they haven't beaten the pink anyway, so it's not valid for a short, but they haven't actually defended it either. They need a bull bar up this with that's not pink or that does not have a box. And here it's a pink bar with a box. It's got such a big wick, I didn't think it would be, but it ended up, I guess I saw it about to close and just covered out of frustration. But they technically have not defended yet. They're still just hanging out, burning theta before they rip it to the high day. But there's no entry here. You would need to get out of this zone because this got fully retraced, but not beat. It just does not look like there's lots of momentum at the moment. But if I can get a non-pink bar up here
Oh, wait, purple. How did I miss that? Jeez. Talk about like fog of emotions. I didn't even see this. That can still be resistance. On this tiny little time frame, it's actually not confirmed yet. I guess I should be holding them still. Oh well. That's what I get for making a decision emotionally. And like I said, the real mistake was not setting a target and thinking like it'll just keep going down and I can cover whenever I want. I forget. I don't. There's not a lot of times where it makes sense to like target the low of the day. And even on trend days, it like I forget that like when you are bearish, it can give you a massive like reverse rally in ways that you rarely see in the opposite direction. So yeah, just poor planning on my part. I mean, I still got paid for it, but it's just irritating that I literally said exactly where it was going and even had a level on the chart that I needed it to reach, 15,140. I needed it to get under yesterday's low, and it did, and it probably set up long if I would have been watching. Let's see, did it set up long? It did. Purple, bull, and then in that same range, broken out with a triangle. Now this one was pink, so I wouldn't have taken it because I don't take the first pink triangle after a drop. So I would have had to had a second triangle or a pullback that's rejected. So pink, box, pullback, area rejected. So that triangle is fine, and that triangle is fine. This one is still valid. It's just you almost always get the pullback. And technically, I can get long right here with stop at the low too. But it's really not confirmed that it's working until this one closes. This one can be pink, but I won't take the first one if it's pink. That's just not after a big drop, like impulsive like this. There is definitely divergence on Delta. There's all sorts of reasons to think it's going to bounce, but I can't tell you how many times I've seen them trap this guy. Like, oops, see, they put a box in, they get under him with VPOC, and if they hold that and get a triangle down, it can go lower. But here, they can't get any lower. So it's, yeah, like I said, you can get long here, you can get long here, but where it really starts to turn is there. And now, literally any pullback, it's really hard to reverse it now. And I learned from yesterday that this yellow arrow is really common as a last defense, like that. And while it usually results in a triangle, that does not necessarily mean that your trade is broken. It can absolutely still hold. And then when he gets trapped, it squeezes. Because usually the arrow in a neutral market results in a mean reversion. But that suggests it's not neutral, which means, again, you can trade any blue dot and then find a retracement. If it has an algo on it, come here, algo on it, the very next bar, either that one or wait for one more bar to be sure, and then it's bullish. Dot, oh, well, yeah, box, dot, long. Box. This one's got a purple, so you really technically want to break this first. But box, I need to leave the area. Leave the area, pull back. Unable to get a VPOC under this. Long. Box. Broken. No VPOC below. So box is here. No bearish VPOC below. So any triangle. So this
is the long. But again, it's after a big drop. So I'd probably skip this one and wait for a pullback. And then take the star or this. And then box. These two, technically. I need to leave the area. Oh, they actually break it. So they break under that one. They hold on a higher time frame. Probably not looking for mean reversion trade, or momentum trades now. But we've got pink, 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 3 pinks in a row on this one, and they actually broke that. On the smaller time frame, it looks less bullish. But again, this is usually just a neutral pullback that then continues higher. Man, I'd be frustrated if I got out inappropriately here. I totally missed this big delta. It's technically neutral unless they get a VPOC above that that's not pink. And an easy way to tell, for me anyway, with my signals, if it's bullish or bearish, find a box, any box, look to the right, find a dot. If they get a triangle after that dot in the very next bar in the same direction, if that does not continue, it's probably not going that direction. But in this case, and then you know for sure if that dot gets stopped out, it's definitely not momentum in that direction. But it might be neutral. It's just not time to momentum trade in that direction. Dude, is it seriously gonna come all the way back? I'll be pissed. I can't believe I missed that. I just, like I said, I got irritated and was like, well, whatever. That's frustrating. That would be 2 mistakes in one trade. That, like, thankfully it's not a big position, but oh my god, messed that up royally. So box, blue dot, triangle up, doesn't go anywhere, not bullish, not with momentum. And if you take this out with VPOC, it's bearish. So technically it's neutral until we get a VPOC above or below here. So all of the trade and perform entries, purple, bull bar, if it's down here at the right place, purple, bull bar, pink triangle up, or triangle with a plus sign like this or this. If we get that down here, it'll lift to the top. And if you get pink, bear bar, purple triangle down, which we haven't gotten. Oh yeah, right here, pink, bear bar, purple triangle down. That'll usually take you to the opposite side of the channel, which is happening right now. And that stop goes above this. So that neutral trade targets this. And then you can take profits and leave a runner. And like, I just totally missed that this is neutral. Not bullish at the moment. Because it looked scary bullish. But then there's like the decrease in delta and volume is just causing it to get stuck. But on the higher time frame, it definitely did get above these flows. So usually that will be support, like right here, usually. Not always, especially when the higher time frame than that is actually bearish, which is different than what we're usually seeing. So I may definitely have made a mistake. I may have covered those as at exactly the wrong time. At least it was profitable, but can't believe I had a chance to have over 100% gain and wasn't watching the chart. That's what I get for teaching and not trading, but being in a position. But like I said, at least it was just a small options trade, but profits left on the table. This could get trapped. Purple with yellow. bull, triangle up with a pink sign would be, because it's in at location. So triangle up with a pink or triangle up that has a plus sign could potentially get you back up here. In fact, I might just take it. It would be 09. Oh, I gotta get there. Ah! Oh, I might miss it. Fuck! My Dom wasn't ready. Shoot. I thought I was pushing the button. I might get a pullback. Give me it. They won't fill me. Damn it. Missed it. Irritating. Oh, they filled me. I didn't delete it. Well, that probably means it's going to stop. Because I meant to go. It already started. Well, whatever. Fill now. See, we're already at the top of the channel on the smaller time frame, so it's not necessarily going to work very much further. But it's set up on the 24. It should get here. Unless it's bearish. You bastards. Yeah, that was a mistake. Damn. Alright, I'm out. It's not working. Technically, your stop goes down here. But if it was momentum, rest, momentum, you don't even get a pullback here. So I'm taking it's a small loss, but they're not always going to work. But technically, the stop goes down here. But again, like I said, if you get under this with VPOC, oh, wait, wow. How did I? Okay, I got to refocus. I should never have taken that. I thought I must have drawn an extra line here. Once we got a VPOC under this pink, it's no longer neutral. What the hell? I got distracted. And then we had a purple, and we got over it with pink, not a real bull bar. It's not bullish. That's frustrating. That was dumb. All right, so now they have to trap this before it's bullish. Otherwise, it's going to drop. They would have stopped me out by like a tick, I think, if I would have left my... Yep. I think it went up. Because I usually put a point below. So I'm glad I got out of early, but geez, that was dumb. Because it already got underneath a pink box. So it's not neutral. And that's now resistance. Which means dot triangle down is usually going to flush. So you could actually short it. And they can't beat purple. Maybe we can probably just sell it. There we go. But technically, we really want our sells to show up here. This is where we prefer to sell. But they don't always give you that opportunity. And because of where the pink box was here, the first pink box, it got under it here. And so they usually do one liquidity sweep, which would have been this, where I got long, stupidly. And then usually that's it, if it's bearish. If it's neutral, they'll just keep chopping around. But in that case, we should see a bullish box like this on this time frame, which I don't see. So it's probably bearish. It's hard to tell whether or not it's like ready. They can always do 2 liquidity sweeps, but they've technically done one already, and that's usually all you get if there's actually momentum. So like anywhere in here is not a bad short because you can put your stop right here. See if that pink closes like that with the pink box, it's not bearish, it's neutral. But we have to wait till it closes to know if it's going to be there. Let's see how they can't get any lift out of these pink boxes. That's usually not very bullish. They're trying. Yeah, if they get that pink box, you don't want to be short. They got it on the 15 tick, actually. It's probably going to rip higher. Whoops. There we go. Maybe not. Oh, wow. They didn't close it. We might get a short after all. Let's see. I will make it on process because that was not a smart trade. As long as this holds on the 15 tick, it's going to be really tough to break this down. And now they got purple. It's choppy. Whenever you're in between pink and purple, it's like direction is not clear. It's neutral. One of those has to get trapped, and then we can start moving. But they did trap this purple one, so it looks like they're more bullish than bearish. But then on the 24 tick, they're still underneath a pink. So on the 24 tick, the bigger one, it's more bearish than bullish. And they have not trapped the purple yet. But if they do trap them, then it's going to be bullish on both of them and it'll rip. But if they can't, it could go down. Oh, here we go. Box, dot, triangle down would do it. Let's see if we can... Am I right? Oh, no, wait. They're still pink. Nope. I was like, wow, that was not the response I expected. That would be why. So still neutral. This is the problem with doing both, is you confuse the two. So now they've trapped this guy. Right? So now they can lift it, and now pullbacks can get bought. And they've also trapped this. Yeah, they might not give you the pullback, but it's bullish now. But see how they make it look bad? And even if I would have held getting in here and putting my stop here, they would have taken it. And then technically it was an apex trap. And so you could get long here if you want to wait for the triangle and be sure. But that was awfully fast. You'd have to be prepared for that. And like I said, I got a little bit distracted by the 15 tick and really wanted this purple out or this pink out. But they gave you an apex trap here too. It was just awfully fast. So, oh, and then this one got trapped as well. So, yeah, you'd have to be pretty quick to catch that. That was awfully quick. but you knew it was going to be one or the other. And when they tried to break it down and couldn't, you're almost always going the opposite direction. But it's just neutral trading back and forth. So what you really want is a pink, if you want to fight this, is a pink bar up at the top, and then get under a pink box with a non-purple bar. Okay, there we go. Under the pink box with a non-purple bar. This one too. This could reject. This might be a sell. We need to set up though. So if they come back up there and they reject and then give us a triangle down, you could get a return. I guess we got one on the 24 tick, but let's see if they can retrace and then reject. Sure, I'm not missing something here. Under the pink, triangle down. It looks short. Okay, I'm gonna take it. Here, the stop has to go. It's like almost looks too easy. I want the numbers. 28. I'm not sure because they don't usually set it up that easily. That I might be missing something. But I'm pretty sure that's valid. They don't usually just drop it like that. Usually they come back up, test it, and then reject. So that might mean they do a liquidity grab first, which would suck. Oh, they're going to stop me. This is why counter trend trading is dangerous. Okay, they got me. All right, I got to stop doing that. You really are supposed to wait for this rejection. Okay, so now they've done liquidity grab, but now we have another pink. So we'd have to get under that, come back and reject for the higher, because otherwise we're fighting the trend, which isn't a good idea. Oh, but if this gives us a dot and then a triangle up, we could long it. No dot on the 15, no dot on the 24, nothing. This was actually a long fuck. I missed that. They got under a pink and it confused me. Yeah, they just reclaimed it. It's probably almost ready to return to neutral because it didn't set up there as a continuation trade, and they did break a pink. So this is, if you're gonna fight it, this is probably the spot to do it. But I'm not gonna take any more low odds trades. We're gonna wait for the right one because now I've made 2 mistakes in a row. That's what happens. It doesn't take many little misconceptions or whatever to suddenly be down a couple $100. Thankfully, I'm trading on an Apex eval now because I wouldn't trade with real money when I'm distracted doing a stream, but it's still embarrassing that I am doing it wrong. Okay, there we go. So there's a purple. I want to retrace into that on the 15. And then they have to actually hold it. They still haven't gotten under a pink on the 15. I don't love it. It's probably not a good idea. They're actually holding the pink on the 15. And they're holding the pink here too. Oh, another purple. That's a divergent bar. Interesting. So we need to get above this to continue higher with a non-pink bar. So there's more selling on the bid than buying on the ask in this bar. Oh, they did not get VPOC above it. Not valid for a long. Plus I have a purple here. It's going to get choppy again. We have pink below us and purple above us. On this time frame, it could set up with dot triangle up if you want a momentum trade. No real divergence. It probably can go higher. You really do need to break that purple to make it. Oh, look at that. 15 is rejecting the purple. Needs to get under pink with a non-purple bar. So I can't take the breakdown here because of this. It looks bullish, but they keep on putting in these big deltas that the sellers just aren't letting it go. And it's creating choppy conditions. So really what I should probably wait for is like an apex trap, like a more substantial pullback. Because asking them to just take this out and keep going it would need a lot of momentum to do that. So I should probably just be patient. Otherwise, if they are going to take it and reverse it, that actually makes sense. But we have to get under a pink no matter what. And that just does not seem to be happening on the 24 tick. And you don't want to be shorting on the 15, like I learned, if the 24 tick is bullish. See, the 24 tick can still set up here. But it needs to go 2 bars higher to prove momentum. The 40 tick also looks bullish. Yeah, we want it to come back up down here and hold. And then go higher. Otherwise, take all this out. Yeah, here we go. They're trying. Pretty sure it's going higher. You just need the setup. Another box. That one's bullish. You can see the algo warns you that if it closes bearish, it'll probably give you a star. But it's not valid until they close it. If it closes bullish, they can't have a bearish star. So if it closes bullish, it needs to have an algo signal. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. And then it needs to get another bar after that. And that would be for the breakout momentum continuation trade. Which again is fishy right here because it's not looking all that bullish. But, or actually, it does look bullish. It just doesn't look like they have a lot of momentum at the moment. They're just going to chop around in here, huh? So if we see it as neutral, we'd need a pullback to get in. But I'm not going to short it. Even if it is neutral. Because at any time, they can just continue these. There's clearly sellers stuck. There we go. Did I get it? So once this closes, 44.75. It's the 45. And then 19. I'll double check that, but I think that's our stop. It's under 19. It'll trigger automatically. 21. I'll do 20. Not yet. We'll do just under 20. We'll see if we can get. First, it's got to close. Triangle isn't as important here. Oh, it's going to be divergent. That's. Oh, good. Maybe it won't. First, it's got to close. So I'm just going to do a stop order. It'll automatically hit me at 45. then we just gotta be vigilant. And I will, okay, so I'm filled. So now it's just a matter of holding 20 and then trying to peel off like 10 points at a time, basically. I gotta check the chart. We've got some resistance here. It might not be. This might not work. I should have checked it a little more closely before, but we really want to come up to like 82. But they have now gotten all of these guys trapped, so it's absolutely possible. But we haven't gotten a true apex trap for a while, so they absolutely could just come down, clean everything out, and then lift. It's just a question of how much momentum is there. And like I said, even if you do this right, the win rate on these momentum trades is probably 35 to 40%. So you need to get a potential like 2-to-1 on at least some of your contracts if you're going to do it. But we can watch here and make sure they don't get a VPOC under a pink. Otherwise, if they do, we can exit early. A purple VPOC's fine. That's not good. Purple VPOC's okay. That's a real VPOC under it. We're going to get out of here early. Now, the actual time frame that I took the trade on did not trigger out yet, but the 15 did. And when I looked at the chart late, look, we have, I should have looked at this closely. Not a good place to be entering with momentum. A demonstration of how to do everything wrong. Okay, so see how we saved it on this time frame, but not this time frame. So again, I got out of it because this one triggered short, or at least said bearish, which thankfully saved me some because I would have gotten stopped right here. But this is always the risk of momentum trading, is that one of them is always going to stop. And now we've traded under here. So now if we come back in there and reject, we can actually get a short, but they don't always come back. On this time frame, you have these you could use as a momentum sell right there. So now I need one more bear bar, which is under 09. Divergence, probably not a good idea. So let's wait. It may work, but that would be the entry right there. But I don't like that there's no more delta. It doesn't look super heavy. I could be wrong, but I skipped it. Technically valid, but way below the channel, so you have to be pretty confident. And there's no delta down here. Like, no one's getting stopped out here on the bull side. If they reject again, it might look better the second time. They might just be going into like a neutral period. So like I said, you don't always get momentum to the upside and then reverse momentum to the downside. It's not how it works. You're way better off waiting for momentum to confirm. That first one is often and then the last one are the ones that are going to stop. So I caught the last one on the bull, but thankfully took a small stop. So if this rejects here, this is better. So now I need 09. There's still no delta. Let's see if we can get that VPOC below the low. I don't know. It's not bearish enough. Purple, bull, and then triangle up would be a long, and you'd target back up here. That might work. Bull. Okay, let's see if they get a pink triangle up. There we go. That should be good. Unless we're running into a bear trend. This should be a neutral pullback. And we should be able to target at least 10 points. Otherwise, my timing is just awful. Which definitely happens. Sometimes you're gonna run into. I mean, if one of your trades has a 30% win rate and the other one has a 60% win rate, and you take 2 stops with a 30% win rate, your next trade on the 60% win rate can still absolutely be a stop. Right? So you have to size in a way that you can actually survive that. It's not a great idea to take huge size on the momentum trades. You can definitely take a little bit bigger size on the mean reversion trades, but if you're running into momentum, they're gonna fail. Come on, fill me. At least then I could get a stop back. Because thankfully the stops I took were small. So really what I need is just a positive trade. And I could take some of the pressure off at least. Wow, they just missed me. That sucks. This missed me by about 3 points. Which makes me want to put my sell a little higher. Because like they've already done a single lift. And now they're giving a pullback already. So if it's going to go here, it's probably going to go here. So I am below pink on the 24 tick. That could be resistance. But I'm seeing it as a bigger time frame, like bull trend. But technically, if they get stuck right here, and like I'm pretty sure I could still get 10 points, unless they just rip it down here. That would suck. But if they fill my 10 points, and then like an aggressive seller comes in, I can probably just exit the runners, because trading under pink it means like best case scenario we're neutral. And in some ways I guess that makes this trade less like optimal. But the higher time frame is still holding that pink, so like it seems like it can still be alive, but that I've definitely seen that be a problem in the past. And we actually found the bull trade on the 15 tick, not the 24 tick. So now that I think about it, maybe it's not such a good idea. A little late to realize that, but we'll let it play out. That's the nice thing about these Apex evals. You can, they're not very expensive. If you do have a rough day, it's not the end of the world, and then you can learn from it. So this is, I'm looking at that orange line right there and the green line. If they tap that and reject, it's probably bearish. I did not get filled, so I'm still fully long, unfortunately. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, but it's taking a hell of a long time for a neutral reversion, so I could just exit it, but then I probably would tilt if it like ran to the high, right? So at this point, it's like, you know what? It's just a stop. Like if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The other ones were small, not the end of the world. But you do have to kind of be aware of how close you are to that like frustration level where it's like, am I making good decisions or am I tilting? It's not always super clear. There we go. Okay, filled. And then I'm going to take another one. All right, and then we're going to leave the other one. So I took 3 contracts, and I took 2 of them off already. 1 at 10 and then 1 at the resistance. And we're just going to leave the other one and we'll see what happens. That was a gross little run there. I think what's frustrating is that one of them was definitely my mistake. And then the other one, it's just lower win rate. I mean, and actually I could have avoided the long if I would have looked more. I just had my, I had the stream, like status page above, on top of my chart and didn't look to be like, do I have a good target? So that one I probably could have skipped too. But it's hopefully a good demonstration that like I said at the beginning, you can know exactly what you're supposed to do and still make mistakes. And the key is to be aware of like, am I making bad decisions because I'm frustrated, or do I need to take a break? Like, what do I need to do? Should I be trading in this state of mind? That's what you always kind of want to ask yourself. And had I been trading real money, super focused, and you get like, if this one would have stopped, I'd be benched for sure. Because even if there's a chance that like you're tilting, like I'm okay losing $500 or whatever, but if I'm down 1,200 or something, if like right in a row, and I can identify that it wasn't just variance, it's like me being distracted or me being frustrated, the chances that you're going to make good decisions decrease, because now you're aware of what you did wrong, and that's going to make you more likely to tilt. So, like I said, I'm being a little bit more liberal with what I'm taking and I'm not as upset about it, right? Because it's not important to me whether or not those like $40 evals end up getting blown. Like I've blown plenty of them. Like it absolutely happens, but you have to treat those PAs with like serious respect. You've got to trade them with the appropriate size. And if the nice thing about the algo is I can see pretty quickly when I'm taking a stop, I can look back and be like, oh, like that. Like I totally missed that. And that's a great reason to step away, or at least like zoom out and be like, is this even an area I should be trading in? Am I totally wrong on my read? The problem is sometimes you make a mistake and take a stop and then step away and then come back and you've missed a great trade. And then if that happens, I'm usually done for the day, because that can ruin my day big time if I come back and like basically revenge trade. So see, this pink box is associated with this plus bar, and we're running into resistance here. So that's why
I was expecting that, and that's why I took 2/3 off. And see, the nice thing is now that this eval started the day negative, right? Because I took the stops like, uh, I don't know. I think I traded it yesterday as well, so I think it was positive yesterday. But if you're not at the high watermark of the day, or of the account, not the day. For the Apex, it's for the account. If you're not at the high watermark of the account, holding runners is no longer gonna be a problem because you're not your trailing drawdown level, the point where you blow the account, is not gonna move until you make a new all-time high in the account. So there's no reason for me to like exit early and like trail my stop at the, if there's any chance that it can continue and it's optimal just to leave my stop and let the trade go and like be okay with like a break even result or whatever, you just do what's optimal until you get it back up to a new high watermark. But then you have to be careful again, because now if you make another $800 and then you give back the whole thing, well, now you've just given yourself $800 less of cushion is all you've really done. So you just have to be aware of like where that blow up point is, where the trailing drawdown is going to blow, and like make sure that you're trading optimally considering that, because it sucks to have a really good day and then like try to hold runners to make it a fabulous day when you're at the high watermark of the account, and then you go back to break even, which you were okay with psychologically, but the account now just has less trailing drawdown cushion in it. And yeah, you've got more money in it, but like, well, you might now. If you went back to break even, you know, you've literally just like given away cushion for nothing. So yeah, it takes longer to like take profits as whenever you're more consistently, whenever you're making new all-time highs in the account, but it's the only way to pass these. You can't give back profits when you're at the high water mark of the account. Although now, since I'm down whatever it is, $800, I can hold the runner because it's not going to move the trailing drawdown at all. It'll just change the account value, but the trailing drawdown blow up point was put in yesterday whenever I took my last winning trade, when it was at the high water mark of the day, or of the account. Sorry. But since they run these 90% off, I think they're still running it for one more for today, and then at like midnight I think they stop, and then they'll do like some other sale, or maybe they'll sometimes they extend them, but yeah, as long as I can get them for so cheap, like I'm gonna trade like with bigger size than maybe I ever would with the same rules if it was real money. Because that way all it takes is just like having a couple good days, and then you can have another performance account. And if you have, let's say, 5 performance accounts, you could run 4 micros in each account and copy them across all the accounts, push the button once, and now it's as if you're trading like 2 minis, but your chance of blowing up the accounts is smaller because each account is only having a risk of 4 micros each time. So that is, you can have up to 20 accounts, and Sierra Chart or Ninja lets you copy your entries and exits across multiple trading accounts. So it's that's definitely the way to go. So yeah, if you're gonna do it, you might as well get a bunch of them. So what I tend to do is I'll trade my real money account first, and then once I hit my daily goal, I'll switch to an eval and maybe try out some new ideas, or yeah, like still do my best, obviously, but I'm not. I'm not gonna like size down because I took a stop, and I'm not gonna trade micros. You know, I'll just keep pushing 3 or 4 contracts until I either blow it or get it. What's it called? Like pass it, because in a month I'm gonna have to pay for it again, right? Even if I don't blow it. So even though it's only $40 or whatever, there's an incentive to getting it done quickly. And as long as they keep running the sales, then there's really no reason to be careful with them. But it is really, really easy to get in the habit of like not treating them with respect, and then get a performance account and like blow it in a day. I can't tell you how many people I know who have done that. So don't do that. Be very aware of the difference between an eval and a performance account. Wow, are they not going to let this go? I'm a little bit surprised, but see how they got the plus sign up here, and now they just took it out. So they're going to have to turn it here, otherwise it's probably not worth holding. Did we get under a pink? Wow, I'm really surprised that this looked like support. They might just have had to come down and collect liquidity. It doesn't always go straight up. They did not get under a pink. Oops, wrong tool. No VPOC on a bear bar under a pink. You could actually add here. I'm adding. Would I do that with a real account? Probably not. But it makes sense. Because they pulled back, they held support. If it's bullish, it's going to run. If it's bearish, I'm basically just giving back the profits I made on the previous trade. So now, again, I've got a purple up here. So we might run into resistance. So would I do it with my real account? No. But at this point, I'm just kind of trying to get those stops back, I'll be honest. Okay, if we get under this, I can definitely get out with a non-purple bar. But if it's bullish, it should work. If it gets under it, it's not. And they did not fill me on my first 10 points for that ad, so I will end up giving back the profits if they take it. See, they could only get you bastards. They still have not gotten a VPOC under the pink. I'm not going to exit until they do. Only the purple one, but a real bar here and it's over. No! Okay, out. That sucks. Okay, let's see if the apex trap, but I'm not going to take it. I'm probably done for now. I don't like being down more than $1,000. It's like, no. Even if it's not real money, it's just like, feels like, well, especially with 30 minutes left in the day. So let's see. But this is technically valid if they apex trap and take it. Oh, you bastards. Look at this. So they did not stop out the pink one. Do I just get back in or not? That's always tricky. A triangle up and it's technically reclaimed. But the purple up here is causing problems. And if it's bearish, it's it's gonna release here. In fact, we can short it. Okay, let's go ahead and just take it short. What the hell? It's technically so if it's bearish, purple, retrace, dot, triangle down, under pink. So could they do a liquidity grab? Totally. Not high win rate, but it would certainly make sense. But we have technically not gotten a VPOC under this pink bar. That's not purple. So if they scream this higher, I just got to get the hell out of here. Once they close that bar, then you can handle a pullback. But here I'm being a lot aggressive. Just identifying that this was acting as resistance, so it's looking like momentum. There we go. So now I can handle a pullback. And let's go ahead and take some profits at 10 points. Oh, it just missed me. There we go, 10 points. So now we can just hold runners. Interesting. Not what I expected to happen. What's going on in the higher time frame? Is this just going to be a neutral close? They did not get under pink. This is probably going to retrace. This did. If they get under 15,200, it's, let me check the chart. See, we have oh no. We have potential support here and resistance here. So we could just chop in here for the last 30 minutes. Absolutely possible. But we did take this liquidity, so they definitely could drop it. I thought we were going to take this liquidity, which is why I was thinking bullish. But those were clearly not working. But my location was poor, right? That ad was only going to work if it was super bullish. The first one was, or not the first one, but this one is fine. But I got to that target, that top of the range. What I was trying to do was, if it's bullish, this is going to lift, which is the reason I added. But if it's not, it's not bullish. It's neutral or bearish. So yeah, I took a stop on it, but yeah, and it's probably, like I said, not high win rate. And it's a good example of how if you try to momentum trade when it's neutral, you will take multiple stops even if you do it right. But if you have a target and you think it could range in that direction, you could get 2, 3 to 1 on your risk. But yeah, if I was trading with real money, I would wait. I wouldn't have taken this one either. And I don't know if this one's going to work, but I more just kind of want to demonstrate that that's how it looks. But as long as these Keltner channels are flat, it's more likely to be neutral. But I identified the location may have made sense for continuation in either direction. It's just a matter of which way are we going. So in some ways, that's the reason I decided to take the bear. Is the only reason to take the bull trade that I took was to think there was momentum in it. So if it's not bullish, then why wouldn't I take the bear momentum trade? So it's like, you probably should take both or neither. If you think it's neutral, then you shouldn't really be taking either one. But considering the price action of the day, it seemed plausible that either bears were trapped and we were going to retrace most of the range, although maybe not. That might not be reasonable, actually, considering the time, or that they are going to continue lower and take out some stops on the way out. So if you have evidence that one of those is way more likely than the other, don't momentum trade the other direction. Otherwise, you skip the first one, and then when you get another box and a dot or a pullback, you can see this is also a momentum sell because it's box, dot, continuation. And believe it or not, if you can see that like momentum is more likely bearish now, that one probably has a better win rate than this one. Even though we're at the bottom of the channel, we've got evidence that there's momentum. Whereas here it was iffy whether or not it was neutral or bearish. Now it clearly looks bearish. So and then you can also move your stop. See, because if it came up here and took this out, so like 24, I don't need to stay short because then it's neutral. So I can now, unlike with the mean reversion trades, it actually makes sense to move my stop to like almost break even, which is kind of cool. And then I'm just going to hold the runners as long as there's evidence that it's going to continue lower, because you don't know how far it's going to go. And I would be a very happy camper if I got back to break even on this account. That would be nice. But I'm not confident that's going to happen. If it starts breaking down, it definitely could. We still have not gotten a VPOC underneath this pink box on the 40 tick, so they could absolutely hold it right here. But if they can get to 90 and get that VPOC under the pink, this should be resistance. And then I'm not worried about holding it all. But at the moment, it looks pretty bearish, and I've still got two. But if they put in pink box, triangle up, it could absolutely go right back to my entry. There we go. Close. There we go. Underneath the pink on the 40. Higher time frame is bearish. Now we're probably going to retrace and probably an opportunity to add. If I hadn't taken profits already, this is where you do it, honestly, because that retrace can be pretty substantial. Because they try to save it. Well, just figuring out my targets here. Pretty sure we can target below 78, which is yesterday's close. Man, I should have held those puts. It's annoying. 50 is really the point where things get interesting. Once again, the problem here is timing, a time of day. There's only 30 minutes. And so they may attack, the buyers could like attack here and make sure they hold that low. Because it's far enough away that they might think that it's defendable. Even if they know eventually they're probably going to collect liquidity there, you'll see them defend it just for the opportunity to get out higher. It's dirty, but they do it. Like they know it's bearish, but they add to the spots where they think retail will buy with the intention of getting out of their bigger positions a little higher. Dirty tricks. But see how this pink, you can actually add, see pink, yellow,
and then triangle down. I'll demonstrate. I'll do it again. So sell. Again, if this goes now, I can be out because now we've got a smaller time frame resistance. So if they get a VPOC above 200, and they might, I'll just have to exit. But oh fuck, there's a divergence. I didn't see that. That was a mistake. Hold on, I missed that. Let's see if they might not care, but I missed that. I wasn't looking at the 15 tick earlier. That might have been a mistake. We'll wait and see, but it doesn't mean it has to pull back, but you really don't want to be selling breakdowns when there's divergence. We were trading up to 24 and I wasn't really looking closely at the 15 and I just saw box, dot, triangle down and was like, oh yeah, that's continuation. But see here how there's less delta. So chances are, unless someone puts a big sell in here, they will pull back. But if they don't get a bull bar, it won't matter. But most likely they will get a bull bar. If I was trading real money and I did that, I would absolutely just exit because it's not on my process. But it can keep going. It's just not an entry. But with the apex evals, it's like, hey, if I blow it, it's not a big deal. And like I said, all they have to do is just not close a bull bar, and it won't matter. But one bull bar, and they can just rip this. See that? They'll just rip it. Yep. All right, I gotta get out. That sucks. I might get another re-entry, but that was a mistake again. Yet another mistake. Because it's got divergence, so you don't want to enter. They may give us another entry, though. Oh, wow. Is this just going to fall anyway? After one bull bar, really? Wow, that's annoying. Okay, we need a proper entry. It does not have to reverse just because it has divergence. It's just dangerous. I probably should still be short the runners, actually. We'll wait. There's a good chance they revert here a bit. We should be able to get like a liquidity grab. So let's just wait. There's no reason to rush. And honestly, there's only like 20 minutes. So there's going to be new traders coming in that weren't trading earlier. So all of a sudden, delta and stuff like is not as meaningful. Because if you think about it, like the people who trade the close, they don't care about like the 15 tick. If you're trading at the close, you're thinking about a much higher time frame. So the signals that I'm using for making decisions are not going to be the ones that they're using for making decisions. So if this gives us triangle up, we can actually buy it. Okay, I got filled because we have, this is the same, am I wrong? No, purple, bull, triangle up that's pink, and divergence. So likelihood that we get a retrace at least to liquidity. This is where the liquidity is though, so this kind of has to be your exit. It's not much. I didn't exit. I was looking for the opposite side of the channel. Oh, I missed it, I think. I will give it a minute. Let's see if I can't get one more lift. But they did sweep liquidity. And that might be all you get. They got to beat that purple bar, otherwise I'm out. I'm just under break even. So they got to beat this right now and lift. And then, like I said, I'm trying to get the opposite side of the channel for my first exit, preferably, but they might be done because they did shift liquidity. I mean, sweep liquidity. So it's the risk reward wasn't very good. I probably shouldn't have taken it. Yeah, looks like that's not going to work. Just a little late on the trigger. It was a lot less space than I thought it was. I will let it play out. But good chance this actually stops. Because it did do what I thought it would do. I thought it would take liquidity. And for some reason I was thinking I had a little more space. And I thought I could get 10 points. But it was about 8. And it just didn't fill me. And I wasn't quick enough to click the button. Ugh, irritating. Just missed me. Like I said, I'll let it play out, but where I put trading real money, I would have been out of this long ago. As soon as you realize you make a mistake, or that like you missed a fill like that, just get the fuck out. But it's technically still valid, so I'm going to let it go. But it makes perfect sense that they sell that. And what I really wanted was to collect liquidity and then get 2 of the 3 out and then let it run a run. But instead I've got all 3 on because it didn't hit my target, which is just the way it goes sometimes. Valid setup, though. So it doesn't have to stop at 10 points. Could absolutely continue. And we did have divergence, and somebody definitely shorted the low. But the problem is higher time frame's bearish. And this is exactly where I expected them to try to lift it to play those games. And I think I just got played. Yeah, they stopped me. Damn. Okay. That's too bad. So now it's short again. We'll do it one more time. Am I wrong about that? Hold on. I did not get under pink. Wait. I'm wrong. I got to get under pink. So we have to get under this with a VPOC this is actually a long, if anything, because they held it. So if we get bull triangle up, it's a apex trap, basically similar. But if we get a VPOC underneath it and then a return, I thought this was, I didn't measure, so I'm flat again. It might just fall, but, and honestly, it's the last 20 minutes. Like, oh, there it goes. Okay, so I want to retrace, and then I can short it. So assuming it touches that area and then rejects, and it needs to give me 2 bars down after the rejection. They did take this pink out. It is bearish. I could probably take it here, honestly, but I'll wait. Do it proper. Because they could just flip it, right? You want to see this area reject. That's the right way to do it. So now if I get bear triangle down, that's the continuation trade. There is no longer divergence, see? So if we can continue under that, it's bearish. Purple and pink acting as resistance is what we want.
Here too, also valid. Needs to close. Bearish. But again, we might just run into the clock where you have to ask yourself, do I really have a chance of making like 3 to 1 on this? Because if not, you should skip it, because they only work 35% of the time. Even if they set up right and you do it right, it can always just run into buyers. So first of all, we need to set up right, and then we need to see how much time there is. Because right now at 15 minutes, it's like, what are the chances that I get 50 points to the downside from here? Probably not that good. All right, we will take it and find out. I didn't get a dot here, so I don't really need the second follow through, but if this gets taken, I can get out. That was a little bit of an aggressive entry. You're really supposed to wait for the dot or the triangle. But it's clearly breaking down. And no divergence here, no divergence here. Definitely no reason to think that they're just going to suddenly sweep in and buy it. But it can happen. All right, see, they rejected and got the follow through. Right, so this should hold. And you could probably add to the short on the pullback. But if they do break this, it's not valid, because you want continuation of momentum. Well, it might stop. Like I said, that's the risk of taking momentum trades at the end of the day. Pink bar doesn't count. It needs a VPOC above that. That's not pink. They might just hit my stop though. Let's see. They gotta sell this right now, otherwise it's gonna hit my stop. Nope, stopped. And that's the risk. All these purple bars here were a little bit dangerous anyway. But oh, and then there's divergence right here that I didn't see. I wasn't paying very close attention there. By that point, I was committed. The big seller here has now gotten trapped. Yes. So now it's bullish, and a pullback could get bought. But again, now it's the end of the day, so it's like, ew. Do you really want to, especially after seeing the run we've taken here. But if it holds, it should be bullish. We really want to test back into here, but might not get it. Yeah, you didn't really get a great way to get long there. They just trapped him. And that is absolutely the risk of momentum trading, is you cannot expect, you have to size appropriately to assume that you're going to get a 35 to 40% win rate. It's nothing close to what most of Simon's traded perform entries are. It's only going to work when there's increasing momentum. And you're going to have more risk at the end of the day at location where there may be buyers for any reason. And then obviously during like events and stuff like that, you can always get like crazy reversals. But if you've got range and you've got the direction right, they when they do work, let's say, they can work pretty big, as I saw this morning. But this afternoon, well, I made some mistakes, first of all, for sure. But even the ones I did right, interestingly, were stopping, right? I had, I think, 2 that were relatively valid. We got 1 to work. We got this. Where was the little breakdown? This. We got this one to work.
Was there divergence here? Hold on. It's darn close. Maybe a little bit. Just trying to see if there was some way to avoid that. Purple. Oh, that's interesting. This was a divergent bar. Getting above that is obviously bullish if this holds. Oh, was there pink above us on this time frame? No, this was beat. No, it's fine. It didn't trigger on this time frame. But I was looking at the 15. Here you had pink, beat, return to pink's range, reject with an algo, and get follow through. If it's bearish, that's how it works. So, like I said, the one that doesn't work, I actually did right. So what I think, what is that, like 1 win and like 4 stops, but at least 2 of those stops were absolutely bad mistakes on my part. And then the other one I could have definitely avoided if I had just looked at the damn chart and realized that our location was horrible. But I had the chat box open in case someone was chatting in there, and even though there was no one in there, I just had it open on top of my chart and didn't think like, maybe I should see if this is a good time to momentum trade. But the frustrating thing about trading momentum is when it stops, it's usually the end of that direction. So you have to stop doing it. Because oftentimes what you get is now neutral. And then sometimes you get momentum in the opposite direction. And that's exactly what happened for the other stop that was valid but didn't work, which was it here? Looks like it might have been here because that's where I've got the thing drawn. I think it was this one. Oh no, it was on the 24 tick. It was on the 24 tick. Pink. Pull right. That would have had to have a triangle. This one worked. No, it was here. Oh, was it this? Nope, that got lost. Must have been this one. Yes. Pink, pullback, hold, algo, triangle up. Failed. And we said it probably could have been avoided because we put a purple bar up there, which you shouldn't see up there at the top of the channel if it's bullish. See, if it's still bullish... Oh, wait, maybe it was here. It was similar to that. It might have been this. Boxes, leave the area, pull back, triangle, tries to go and fails without getting filled on the target. That might have been it. But that would be a valid stop. Like, there's really no way to avoid that, kind of like the one at the low. It's just, that's just what's going to happen. The only thing that you could sort of see here is once you got into the trade, it was divergent on delta, and over here, when it got impulsive and you pulled back to the midpoint, since we didn't make it back to the bottom, what you should get is an immediate lift if the momentum's not slowing. So I don't really have this coded or anything, but it's something I've noticed, that this is where it stops working, at least to the upside. Let me just see. What happened on the low? Was that something similar? Yeah. So here, yep, same exact thing. Came back to the midpoint. Can't get out of the channel. And then when it does get out, it fails, right? Whereas if it's going to work, you'll have neutral beyond the midpoint. breakdown. And then when they come back up, they hit the middle, or they don't even hit the middle, and then they leave the channel. You don't get stuck in the channel. See that? And now the channel becomes resistance because momentum's increasing. Same thing on the upside. And like I said, I've seen this before. I don't have it committed to a color or anything. So neutral, bullish, breakout, outside of the channel, back to the midpoint. Oh yeah, that's the last one. No, this is good. See, massive back to the midpoint, leaves the channel immediately. Back to the midpoint, can't get out. Don't trade momentum. Okay, does that work on this time frame? That's a relatively easy rule. Okay, let's see. Like this, leave the channel, breakdown, back to the midpoint, leave the channel. That breakdown will keep working all the way back to here. Well, this one just went into like wide ranging. But like here, breakdown, back to the middle, can't get out. It's not necessarily the bottom, but that looks more dangerous. See this here. Neutral, midpoint, leaves. Can't even get back into the channel. It's definitely bearish. Gets back into the midpoint. Can't get out of the channel. No more momentum trading. Can't get to this side. Then they break down. So it's not necessarily done, but look, if you took this breakdown after staying in the channel, you get hosed. Huh. That's kind of cool. Here too. Neutral, breakdown. You can probably momentum trade that. They get stuck on the channel. Comes back to the midpoint. Dips, gets stuck in the channel. Now this, stuck in the channel. Now they leave. Breakdown, get hosed. Ah. That's a little more straightforward than I thought. Up. Neutral. That's the breakout, right? Come all the way back to the channel. It just needs to get out. It does. Doesn't quite break out. Doesn't trigger for me anyway. Back to the back of the channel. Breaks out, so that's still good. Channel holds as support. Momentum. Can take that. Can take that dot. Can take that dot. Back in the channel. They have to bounce off this and they have to leave the channel, which they don't. So that one I should, well, that's not a momentum anyway. Oh, well, yeah, it is. You're not under pink. Dot, triangle up. So should I skip this because we got stuck in the channel? Huh. Wow. Huh. How do I code that? I'll have to think about this. It's definitely something I can watch for. But that might improve the win rate for the momentum trade, because if I bounce out and trigger there, see, that's the dot. So long. And I'm okay with 10 to 20 points. That's cool. But then they come in and get stuck and don't break out. No momentum trading. Which means not long. Neutral. Middle of the channel. Breakout. So momentum. Dot. Long. Yep. Long because they still can't get stuck. So long, long. Middle of the channel, they need to get out. So that's long for now. They get out. I think that's still long. One of these probably will not work. Okay, they can't get out of the channel with a positive bar. I should probably exit, or at least stop buying. Yep. So you might still... Oh, but you shouldn't be taking that one anyway because it... Purple. Can't break over purple. That needs to be a more... I need to be more strict about that. I need to be more strict about that. And particularly above the channel. That's often the top. Okay. Neutral. Can't get out of the channel. Gets to the midpoint. Can't get to the back. Breaks down. Right? So... Let's see. If I did bearish here... Oh, it doesn't break down. So here's where you get under pink. And then you've got to break back into it or print a box like this and go back into it. So this left got into the back, into the middle. So that is outside the channel. That's probably fine for an entry. Breakdown. This is holding. Enter. Or add. Add. Purple gets trapped. So wait. Stuck in the channel. Can't get back out. No more bear. Yep. And then pink. Here. I think it's bullish because he's trapped and he's trapped. Pull back, dot, triangle up, long, leaves the channel, long, back in the channel. They leave the channel, can still momentum trade, long, leaves the channel. So long, that one stops. Oh, there's no triangle, no long. This one might not be a long because of the purple. I gotta be, yeah, that's tricky. So that's resistance. You break resistance. And then you'd need triangle above this to stay bullish. Otherwise, that's the top. Okay. I need to work on this a little bit more. Because I didn't execute it very well in the afternoon, but in the morning I did. Yeah, I guess it just takes a little bit more focus than I thought to flip back and forth. Because while I was streaming it, I was not doing it right. But this morning I did fine. It also just might have gotten choppier. See, the ones I took in the morning, I only got like 3 trades and it was ridiculous how good they were. So here, I knew from the chart that it was already bullish. And then, I don't think it was that early. It was here. So we got, did I? No, because I was going to say, I don't think I'd, see, whenever you have purple at the top, you can't momentum trade to the long side. So no trade. You miss that. No trade. And because it's probably going to roll. It's neutral. So if there's purple at the top, first of all, you have to hold pink. But second of all, you'd have to take profits here. And take profits here. It's not a momentum trade. Probably not worth the 40% win rate entries. So instead, because I think that's what, this is the one that I took, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I was like, this looks familiar. So we had, this is the way I was thinking about it. Pink, held, 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 and then we had triangle up. But the hard part here is we technically still had a purple. So why did these get stuck, but this one didn't? Oh, the location. Of course. And that's why I took it and not this one. This one got to the back of the channel where I wanted. I didn't take this because of that. I didn't take this because of that. And then when it got to the back of the channel, I was like, I would take this even if it wasn't bullish. Because it's a good mean reversion trade. It's an apex trap. Whereas this one was not, and this one was not. It was an apex trap and I was over pink. And so I figured if I get in here and target this, my win rate is good. Their risk reward is good. And I'll hold runners. And it just kept going. But with this new knowledge of recognizing when it's still bullish or when it's not, we're not, see, we get out of the channel, come back to the middle, out of the channel, come back to the back. That's your best entry. Out of the channel, and then hold the channel, which means dots that are followed by another bull bar, like this, can be added. Dot, bull bar, and we're above the purple now. Oh, but it's pink. I don't know about that, but that would be an ad technically. Pink, purple, that's scary. They don't care because they didn't get a VPOC below it, so I guess it's okay. Above purple. See this one? Maybe it's okay if you stay above the channel. Let me see. Is this a good place to sell? Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't. So this would be an ad, even though it's pink. It's dot, and then another bar above the channel. Even though it's only pink above the purple box, I think it's okay because it's bullish. So add here. One of these is going to stop. This one almost did. That might have done it. Now we have purple here. And this time we go back to the channel. Yeah. So now, no momentum trading because my target's here. So I could do it, but only when we go back to the back of the channel if we held pink, which we don't. We lose pink. So it's bearish. Well, it's not bullish. It's neutral. We hold the midpoint. Do we get out? We do. So I would think we could continue higher, but I wouldn't buy it because purple. So let's see. Does that act as resistance? Yes. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so oh, that's confusing. So this is okay to get a pink entry above this because we're staying above the channel. It's not neutral. It's bullish. So you can buy above that as long as you pulled back into its range and lifted. You could buy the star probably. I don't even think you have to wait for the second one. In which case you buy this or the pullback. And then once you see purple, you stop buying. If you break pink with VPOC, I know you stop buying. And now that you got back in the channel, this is your resistance. In fact, it might even be its VPOC. If I can't get a VPOC above that, oh, I do. No, I got to use this. Okay, so then back of the channel, but under pink. So more bearish than bullish, but probably no reason to momentum trade to the downside until we get out of the channel and see what happens. So you miss this. I mean, unless you have a trade and perform short. So, but probably not because there's a pink bar here. So you don't know it's broke. Oh, yes, you do. You know it's broken right here. So you could probably short that. Okay. If it had a plus, purple and then purple or whatever, or pink, sorry, pink here, purple here would be fine. All right, and then this is a mean reversion trade, but I have a pink trapped. So this is like the one I took at the end of the day, where that becomes my target. Yep. Damn. Okay. So I have to pay a lot more attention to where the boxes are. Because, see, when I saw these purple boxes getting beat this morning, this got beat, this got beat. I was thinking, like, I guess I'm wrong. I don't have to necessarily not buy just because there's a purple bar, or I don't have to sell just because of a purple bar. But it looks to me like usually it is resistance, but if you're out of the channel, it can continue, but usually doesn't. And so this is still an okay entry because you can take your profits here and then hold runners in case it's bullish. And it looks bullish, so it makes sense. Same with this. It makes more sense to sell and then hold runners there if you were long here at the back of the channel. So this one makes sense. Purple plus sign up. It was right after the open. I didn't take it. But that would be fine. And then if I see purple, I need to sell some there. And then as long as they hold pink, I can hold runners and keep looking bullish. So hold pink. So yes, you're under purple, but you're over pink. Under purple, over pink. Under purple, a new pink, so over pink. So sell some here, but sometimes it keeps going. And then once you're outside of the channel, these mean nothing until you get VPOC below it. Below a pink, really. So pink, that's support. Can only get a purple bar under it. And now purple bar under it. Pink is support. Under the purple bar, under the pink bar. No longer momentum. And then mean reversion's short because you've gotten under a pink and you're still under a purple. Takes you to the back of the channel where you expect. There's a pink bar and a purple bar that was beaten that become support. Right, so but then here, the pink bar that got beaten is resistance. So I can skip this, which, like I said, I messed up at the end of the day. Thinking, like, if it's bullish, I've seen it go from the back of the channel all the way through. Maybe that happens more often than not. But it looks like it's the opposite. It's because it's got a pink bar or a purple bar right here. If it wasn't for this pink bar, it gets stuck here. And then you can take it. But otherwise, no. Okay, I can fix that. This, once again, holds. This is an apex trap. That's a good entry. That's also a good entry. You are technically still under pink. I'm assuming this remains resistance until you get a new pink. Now this just needs to hold. And hopefully we get out of the channel. Oh, it's still resistance. Look at that. Still, though, it's okay risk reward. I'm okay taking that. I just got to make sure I get out with something up there. And then your stop goes here. But if you get a VPOC under the pink, you're out. Resistance. Yeah, that sucks. It's double purple, but definitely out here. So see, as long as you're under a pink, it can create problems. So then, and see, now it's momentum. But we haven't gotten out of the channel, so you wouldn't really know. But box, dot, triangle down. And it continues lower. So that's an aggressive momentum trade. but we did break under a pink. And we haven't really gotten any white bars above any pink or purple. So it's more bearish than bullish. So you could be aggressive. Yep. And now you've gotten out of the channel. And if the channel holds, dots are sells. Right there. That's a sell. Oh, wait, pink bar. You have to beat that. Wait. There. I need a non-purple bar there. So now, oh, you know what? This is just like over here. You don't need to break it. It's outside the channel and you're outside the channel. It's actually okay. Oh, wow. That's really neat. So this might cause turbulence, but as long as the channel is resistance, I can actually short right into it. Actually, I should probably short after it, but it's okay if it's purple. There. That is probably a short. Or that. Because the channel is acting as resistance. So the pink has already been taken care of. So short, short. Yeah, that one barely gets 10 points. They get back to the middle. They have to immediately get out. Look how they come right back to the trap pink and reject. They get out of the channel. It's probably bearish. I need dots though. Oh, back in. Only purple on the outside. This is not bearish. Yeah. That is trade and perform entry. Purple 3-bar combo. Right? Purple bull triangle. It's pink or plus bar. That's a good one. They only got purple out of the channel after touching the middle. That's a great reversal. Yep. Now it goes to the back of this. But you still have to take profits. They trap this blue one. Oh, they try, but they fail. Oh, wait. They're going to do it. They did. Okay, so now I'm looking for mean reversion short. Pink, bear, wiggle, and then purple. You could probably take it. We've gotten out of the channel. We're under pink. And dot triangle down is going to be short. Box out of the channel. These are all shortable. Right there. Dot. Short. Okay, pink out of the channel. So you got to touch under it, but it can be purple as long as you don't get back into the channel. Nope, back in the channel. Don't sell anymore until you get under it. Oh, and that's a mean revert. That's a trade and perform entry. And with the pink, it makes it pretty strong. Where's our target? The purple. Right? So if you can have risk reward, it's close. That's a pretty big wick. It's very close. But look, that's clearly a good spot to sell. Now I need to hold this to be bullish. It's holding. It's only a purple. There. That now, but what do I do about this? Because this is resistance. Probably skip it. Yep. Okay. That is definitely the way it works. I just need to train my brain to stop trying to fight the rules. But now that I see it, that's a little easier. Like I said, when I'm trading the real money account, I don't push it. And now, and I like I said in the afternoon, I kind of wanted to demonstrate it working and was breaking the rules a little bit. And this is not a rule to break. If you are under a purple or a pink, you need to use that as a target if you're longing. And if you're above a pink or a purple, that needs to be your target for a short. So we get under, nope, just purple. Yeah, there, underneath. Right, so dot, triangle down. That'd be your momentum short. You're not out of the channel yet, though. Might not be a good, oh, you've got pink. Do not short until you get under that. Because we're not out of the channel. Okay, now we're out of the channel. Purples. There. Okay, now pink is out of the channel, but you're out of the channel. So as long as you hold the channel, purple underneath is okay. Nope, do not hold the channel. And once again, we get the 3-bar combo. Trade and perform entry. Yep. Bear. And like I said, purple box for me is the same as a purple box. Purple bar. And then bull, triangle up with star. I mean, triangle up with pink or plus. So entry target. Where is my target? Or sorry, entry stop. Target is the stuck pink. Yep. And it hits. This pink held. Right, so it looks bullish. But this is my target. I'm pretty sure I have to get through that before a momentum trade. Otherwise, this would be a momentum trade entry. Oh, you know what? It's the second one. It's the last one. That's the target. And it just rips right through it. Oh, yeah, but then it stops. So this is probably not a good place to enter. I might have gotten away with one there. Okay, now, where's the purple? There is no purple. So it's bullish. Or neutral, I guess. Oh, unless they break a pink. Nope, the pink holds. So this is a good entry. If you get a triangle up, that's pink or with a plus sign. Right there. So enter again, target here. I wonder if you have to include this. Yeah. So then it's not a good entry. So even these boxes can create resistance once you've beaten them. I mean, you're not going to catch every... It's okay if there's some stops, but that's concerning for sure. Okay, and that means I'm probably going to get out of the channel, so it's probably time to momentum trade. But I need to get under a pink. Purple. Right there. Beat the pink. So now dot, triangle down. Oh, it's got to be... Yeah, that should be okay. Yeah, or that should be fine. Yep. Box. We need dot, triangle down. That's a short. That's the one I caught. And that one went forever. That's a short. There's a trade and perform entry. Purple, bull, pink makes it better. Triangle, pink. Target, purple. That's your target. Great risk reward. Not always going to work. Oh, so close. Oh, this one. I forgot this. This is the same thing. Any box. Yeah, he's got big delta. Okay, so that's your target. So maybe not so great. Pink holds. Is this still your target? Yeah, it seems like with the little ones, they just need to clear them out. But we still haven't beat a purple, so is this your target now? Oh, God. Look at that. So this is also not a good idea. Even though it's purple, bull, plus, you're under purple. Or under a box. So it's not bullish enough to take it up here. That's messed up. Because that means there's a lot of spots where I could not trade, basically. Okay, so then I need to get under pink. Basically, we need to trap a purple bar. Yeah, see, this continues to act as resistance. Dot, triangle. Oh, but I've got pink here. I haven't beat. Gotta wait. Yep, see, they're going to chop. Because this is support. Could a VPOC under that or over that? Pink. That's good. Triangle up, but I'm pretty sure this is still a problem. But I am in the right location at the back of the channel. So if I'm going to take one, one of them's going to break it. Not that one. Yeah, that risk reward is just not good enough. And if they keep breaking, they're eventually going to break down. right there. So now it's bearish, under a pink dot. So that any bar that follows should be sold. I think I took that too. Oh, they trap purple. So once you get above purple, now that's purple, bull, triangle up. So that's a trading performance tree as well. But I've got this resistance. Probably wouldn't take it. And now that one works. Some of them are going to work. This one I think was at location. But other than that, all I can see is just that we already broke down. But yeah, that's this is, if I think it might reject here, I'm probably not going to take it. That's tricky. And then we have pink. And so now are we above purple? Yes. Ah, we're above purple. So maybe once we've trapped a purple, we can break through pink. The trap pink. Because we hadn't trapped purple before. So that might be the difference. You have to trap him. And then we can target higher. And then it can be momentum now. So pink dot one more bar. Is this still resistance? That's still the latest. Oh, that's not the latest purple. The latest purple's this. Boom. So it's basically until there's another purple. Okay, pink. We need a dot. Dot. Triangle up. And we've stayed outside the channel, so keep buying. Yep. Purple. But it's outside the channel. So as long as the next bar is up. Nope. So that's resistance. Dot. And that gets us under a pink. So triangle down should take us... I don't know if it's here. Oh, it's the trapped one. So here? That'd be crazy. Oh my god. Okay, that's actually hilarious. So we're just going back to the trap. So trap it. Go the other direction. Keep buying it as long as it stays out of the channel. If it falls back in the channel, wait till it traps the pink one, the bullish one, and then keep selling until we get back to the trapped one. And so, unless we get another pink, that'll be the new resistance. But we'll probably get another pink. So this needs to be reclaimed. It gets... Oh, there's another pink right there. So I bet this is an inch. Oh, but there's a purple here. So this one probably fails. So don't take that. Even though it looks super good. Oh my god, look at that. Okay, so now we get a purple. Right? So now we can break through on my bet. There we go. So that, even though there's no plus sign, I bet you anything that's good. Damn. There's the plus sign. Oh, that one fails? Okay. So what did it run into? I'm not sure. Maybe something on a different time frame. Oh, well, did we never trap him? We never got VPOC above him. He didn't get trapped. So it's bearish. And now we need to get under pink to momentum trade. Otherwise, that's our target. So if we're going to short, that's our target. Not very good risk reward. We did not get a pink, right? Purple, outside of the channel, under pink. Sell. Yeah, that's close to being stopped, but it's the right idea. Oh, but we got a pink here. Outside the channel, back inside the channel. So I should probably stop shorting. Yep. That one holds. This is still resistance, I guess. Oh, we got a purple. I missed it. Purple. Did he get trapped? Yes. Trapped right there. VPOC above his high. So triangle up. That's a long. Nope. Oh, because we had a trapped one. Damn. It's confusing. That is still trapped. I thought once we got above a purple, that wouldn't matter. I guess it's not that simple. So that one continued to act as resistance. Now we've gone to the middle and then rejected out. If we get under this, it's bearish. Yeah. Okay, that guy's going to get trapped. And then we can target this, I think. I don't know about this one. That should be a long normally. And it comes right to here and rejects. But still, that's fine. Interesting that these sometimes act as resistance and sometimes they don't. I think it's maybe less when it's out of the channel. Interestingly. Easier to trap too. Okay. So bull above purple, but not above pink. So we need a pink bar, a pink box to get any lift. Otherwise, it's just going to come right back to here. Yep. New purple. Out of the channel. So dot, and then the next bar is so this is a sell. Okay, new pink. Purple's trapped. So, I mean, no, purple is right here. That should be resistance, but it's outside of the channel. Interesting. We said pink outside of the channel won't matter as long as we hold. So let's see if they hold. They do. So they should break this. Oh, not this time. Doesn't always. Oh, this is the low. So this is probably going to get a huge rip. Because that's not usually how they work. They got back in the channel and trapped him. Where is the next pink? Here. Is that where we're headed? Oh no, they really go. And like I said, it's probably on a higher time frame. So it's not quite as consistent. But it's still an easy rule. But again, purple, pink, triangle up. So that's a trade and perform entry. But I would think that this would cause problems. And it totally doesn't. And like I said, that happened before when it was outside the channel. So it seems like when they get trapped outside the channel, you can really rip outside the channel. So now it's definitely bullish. And dot triangle up should give us a lift. Purple back in the channel. Only with bull bars. Nope, this is going to break. So you can probably buy this. Ooh, they apex trap. Now they've gotten into the channel, right? Yes. So now this is resistance. And this is support. This is where I messed up. See, we did not break above this purple with a VPOC. And I just missed it. And then we broke under the pink, which is like, oh, it's bearish. But now you need a retrace and an entry signal. Right? Which is there. That's a short. But there's a trapped purple here. This is likely support. And this had a retrace first, which was nasty. And that trapped the purple. But you couldn't buy the triangle because of the trap pink. And I made that mistake. So I took one up here on the 15 tick, and then I know I took this, and then I shorted eventually. And it, yeah, I don't know, I don't remember where, but you would expect this to fall out, but it didn't. They trapped the purple and never got under it. Oh, we're not under the channel. So apex trap should work. But why does this stop? Oh, pink. So we got a new pink here. On the triangle up. I didn't see it. Basically making it possible to at least get here. And then our target, oh no, we already trapped a purple. So I don't think this one matters, but let's see. It does stop a little bit. Oh, and then we got under a pink. So I would think this would be resistance. Unless we stay out of the channel. Ah. Yeah. Jeez. So if the channel acts as support, it doesn't matter that they're trapped. They can just rip right through them. You can just buy it anyway. God, I did not know that. No wonder I fucked that up. Because I thought this was bearish. And apparently it's not as long as you stay in the channel. So you have to get back in the channel. Wait, we are in the channel. Hold on a second. Channel's up here. Pink is slightly outside of the channel. Is that all it is? This one got beat. It's the last one that matters. This should be bearish. Purple is trapped still. So that would be support. But they flip it and get out of the channel. I mean, they're not always going to work, but this surprises me that didn't go here. There must be something else, but it hits the midpoint and gets out of the channel. Now it's momentum. So dots can be bought. Pullbacks. That. You'd think. Could be bought. Unless they beat a pink. Wow. So I think I bought that too. So I actually did that right. It just ran into resistance. And that's going to happen. If you're going to momentum trade, you're going to have to deal with the lower win rate. But we did get pink box, bear, purple down. Getting under a pink box. So that is a short. I would think we come back to here. But we didn't quite make it. Came back up to the trap pink. That makes sense. Purple. Pink. It's chop. Yep. Can't get above purple. Can't get below pink. Chop, chop, chop. Then we put purple. Triangle down. Has to beat this. There. So that should be a short. Yep. That's the one we took. That made most of my money back. But then I messed up and missed the divergence and added. So I was seeing this as continuation here, which makes sense until you see that if you watch, it diverges. See how you got no volume down here? And the delta MA actually is going up, even though price is going down. That's a hint that it's not so bearish. Plus, I didn't notice that this was support. Although we did get under it. One way or another, once we got the pink here, if we get back in the channel, oh, on a bull bar. Yeah, that's sneaky. So this guy got trapped. You'd think that would be resistance, but maybe not outside of the channel. Yeah. That's the second time that's happened. They did trap this guy. Right, but then they just retrace this trap pink one with no trouble. And return to the big volume up here. Hold back. That acts as support. So that's bullish. That's a good entry usually. As long as apparently, I don't know if this is going to matter. Because we already trapped a purple. So I'm guessing it just rips right through that. Pink. That's really good. Triangle up. Yeah, they're trying. Okay. So where this gets tricky is outside of the channel. return to the channel, that's usually bearish. We saw that multiple times. But if it's divergent, like this was really tricky because this looked big, but like apparently, because the moving average is actually not making lower lows, and the volume is not making, like, not as big, but we're going lower. So they just ran out of energy. I mean, I guess that just counts as a stop. And that's just another one of those situations where those momentum trades are just not going to work. It's valid. We got under a pink. We have a dot and a triangle down across from a box. It's not a purple box. Maybe it is better if it's purple for the shorts. But then this is a purple box and he gets trapped. So by the time it gets here above the purple box, you know it's bullish. And I got out. I mean, it was a small stop, but the problem is I added there. That's what sucks. So this is where you know it's bullish. And now you're looking for bull trades, which is right here. Or right here. But it's just interesting that that occurred quite a few times where it gets out of the channel with a pink bar or a purple bar. And then even though they broke it down, it comes back up there. Where was the other one? That was this. Pink, purple, get under. I guess it actually didn't get under until here. So that one, you just ran into a resistance. And I suppose, now that I think about it, I think a couple of my trades that I took in the afternoon, we found on the 15 tick. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that the 15 tick will have more stops. So let me double check here. What's it look like here? Is this the low that we got stuck on? Yeah. So here we beat pink, bearish, or at least neutral, not bullish, unless you retrace that. Was there a purple up here? Beat these. So this one's support. Yep. And then we got a new one. Back of the channel, out of the channel for the first time. And so really what you want is a pullback and then a retrace. So it needs to now like go lower. Otherwise you don't sell it. So that makes sense. You have to use the most recent purple. I was using this and thinking that this was a good enough sell, I think, if that's what I did. But really you needed to go under, come back, and then reject. And I knew that, but I think I did it wrong. And then here, so that's a long. It's got to be in this range. So that one misses. That's good. And then back in the channel. See, back in the channel, back out of the channel. So you're still bullish. That's a cool trick. That I will be using. Here's the purple that got trapped. That's support. So that's your long. Okay. Confusing stuff. It's like easy, but it's not. It's like a lot to watch. So anything that pulls back in here, so that's a stop. That might have been it. That's a stop because purple goes lower. Oh, but look, there's a pink here. So can't be bearish unless you're under this. And that's why might doesn't go lower. And you do go up in delta too, so. But they didn't make a lower low. So that's not really divergent, it's just bullish. And once you've broken above this with VPOC, or
which happens right here. Now you know it's bullish. Oh, they don't really give you an opportunity to get in. Except for me right here. Box, dot, triangle up. Yeah. Man. You can see it easily after the fact. It's harder in real time. Where was the other one? The part that I messed up at the top. I don't remember what time it was. It had to be here. Oh, here. I know what it looked like here. It's after the low. Right here. Again, I think what I did wrong is I didn't respect the purple there. So while this is good location, you have to get out. And I did take profits, but if it doesn't keep going, it's... See, I saw this purple get trapped, and I thought for sure we could get a bounce. But I guess now that since they put another purple here, all they have to do is get under a pink. Oh, which they've technically already done. So it can't be bullish. Oh, and then they put another pink in. But this is the resistance. Until... Yeah. And now... it's bearish. So now we want to retrace, and then a triangle down. And they just didn't quite make it. It would have to be this. Or... oh, and then you get purple trapped. So now we're not bearish. But that's still our target because he's trapped. He's trapped. For the moment, that's our target. Oh, this is pink though. Oh, see, it still sometimes doesn't matter. And then back to here. And now this one's trapped. Does that one act as resistance? Kinda. Oh, they got over it. And then they go down. It's definitely harder on the 15 tick. It's a little more iffy. I might need to calibrate it differently. Broken. Held. And see, this is still acting as resistance. And really, if you just look at the 24, you can see that, like, it's neutral. I shouldn't be trading here. At least not, like, looking for an extension. And then it's funny, because eventually it does, and then it makes me think, like, I should have known that that was coming. But the only thing that's different here is they trapped a purple, and they couldn't trap a pink. Oh, and they put another purple in. That one's divergent. Interesting. I don't know how I would have caught that on this time frame. Purple. Like no risk reward. And it's actually not really trapped until here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to catch every move. But the only thing you could do is just wait or take every 3-bar combo. Because it's technically purple, bull, pink triangle up. Oops. Purple, bull, pink triangle up at location. I mean, the trading performance entries still, they work great actually when you're in balance. But the hard part is, I'm trying to understand why this can happen here, but not anywhere else. And I don't know what the answer is to that. But obviously once it happens, and you get out of the channel, if you come back to the mid, and then you get out of the channel again,
it's bullish. So now we can start buying these pullbacks. Because we know if it goes back in here on a bear bar, it's done. That wouldn't have gotten you much. And then even this, see, once you've got the purple, once there's like a spike in delta, if you can't take that out, it's going to be really hard to go higher. There, they take it out. But look, they're stopped. They're stuck in the channel. And we said that's no longer a time to momentum trade. So not going to take momentum trades here. If anything, get that broken. And now bear. Yeah. Okay. I think what I need to do, I'm going to take a break real quick. And I'm going to come back and let's take a look at like a random day. Not today. And I want to see if some of these momentum concepts still work. If we can find like a trend day or, I don't know, just like a different market. Because I'm just curious if, while it worked this morning, and I know I didn't do a great job of executing it in the afternoon, but the win rate was still about what I'd expect, maybe about 40% of the time. I'd love to know if some of these ideas with the momentum still work in other environments. So I will pick an average day and come back and we'll take a look. I know this is getting awfully long, but what time is it? Okay, yeah, I'll be back. Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. I gotta make a text and get some more coffee, and then we'll take a look at some other days. All right, be right back.
Alrighty, I think that's working. Okay. So I don't know if there's anybody watching live, but if you want to give me a date, I will. I don't really care what day. Let's do it on the 24 tick. It seems to me part of the problem in the afternoon was I was focusing on the 15 tick, and it's very possible that they're not calibrated the same. I initially made the indicator with the delta for the 24, so it may need recalibration. So let's go to date. I don't know, maybe like May 5th, or maybe like May 5th through 10th, we'll say. Let's do that. It's just random. I don't even know if those are what days those are, or if it's a good idea. But what I'd really like to do is see. And some of these days are going to be very neutral, and then it's not going to be very useful. I already have a good system for that. Like the trade and perform system works wonderful for this, from channel to channel. This is the end, right? Yeah. But I'd like to see if the ideas about leaving the channel and trapping the boxes work. We'll do it Tuesday morning. This is fine. I've got, as long as I got some. I just want to see this. So this looks rangy enough. Let's see here. It's very possible that I need to like recalibrate this based on average range, or why do I have, okay, that's funny. I guess I just left those levels from like a different chart. Oh, I see, they're locked. I don't know. I don't, oh, it's probably because it's from a different, what's it called? Contract. That could be. Okay, well, let's start. Let me just see. Is there, looks like there was data, which I'm not going to trade. So let's not worry about that. But here's the open, 8:30. And I'm not usually trading in the first 5 minutes. But you can see this was pretty volatile, because this is 7 minutes in and you've already moved like 100, well, 50 points. So let's, I have no idea what this looks like even on a chart. I'm just going to take it bar by bar. So I would normally start at like 8:45 potentially, but let's just see what this looks like. So staying under the channel. The only bull bars in the channel are pink. So I would think if we had a box, and I'm pretty sure it works with the yellow ones too, that dot triangle down will give us continuation. Dot triangle down. And box dot, and the next bar, basically, just to be sure that the dot has to stay, because the next bar, if the next bar has increase in volume and increase in range, it can disappear, the dot. It depends how big the bar is and stuff, but just to be fair, I'll say that the entry is actually after the dot. You might be able to see that it's rejecting the channel after the box and just get short there. But you're going to get stopped sometimes. But the stop would be tiny because you could put the stop right here. So I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just not what I've said in the past. So I don't want to change it. Okay, here's purple. Dot. Next bar confirms. And that one has another box, which means we should expect a pullback, because that's usually what happens, is you get a retrace. So I don't think it's a good idea this far from the
See, we're nowhere near the channel. So that might also be a easy general rule to follow is the further from the channel you are, like the bigger pullback you need. So like this might be okay because you like fully retraced the box and then continued lower. But we're like far from the channel and we get a box. Oh, again, and then a pullback and then lower. So technically this and the next bar, if it was bearish, would be continuation. But I guess I just have to accept. Now I've also got this line here, which I know is potential support if we can't get a VPOC under it, which I didn't really talk about today, but it's just another, it's volume related. So technically now, if I leave the area, come back and get a dot and another bar, it's bearish. But I wonder, since I've got box, pullback, dot, box, if I should wait, because I'm almost always going to get a pullback. And if I get another one, now I'm like really far from the channel. So I wonder if maybe my entry like shouldn't be on a box bar. And then purple box followed by pink box is almost always a reversal. Pretty consistent. It might not go all the way to the channel, but they're at least gonna try to lift it. So certainly if I see pink, although this is out of the channel, and we said when they're out of the channel, if they can't get back to the inside the channel, we can just continue on. So they reject the channel and bear, and then they go the other direction. But this is technically purple, bull, pink triangle up, which I'm not usually taking after a big drop, but is technically a potential reversal. And then they try to trap this guy. They still have not gotten a bull VPOC inside the channel. Oh, it's a pink one inside the... See, this pink bar, I'd be okay with taking. Because you've already trapped a purple. You're above a pink. You definitely don't want to be selling anymore. But I'm wondering if I can avoid selling these. That would certainly help. Now we're back in here, so no more momentum sells. And we've trapped a purple. I don't see any pinks to target. So I guess opposite side of the channel is the target. Okay. So neutral, I guess. Until we break a pink or a purple. Broke a pink. Purple outside the channel. So lower, dot, and then I technically need one more bar. So that should be a bear. We went to the middle of the channel and came out. I don't know how long I have to, what the rule should be. I technically went beyond that. Maybe this isn't a sell. Yeah. Okay, so that is a good rule. Come back to the middle of the channel, immediately exit. You could still have momentum. Come back to the middle of the channel, wiggle around, especially if you put a VPOC beyond the middle. The whatever momentum was here before is probably done. But we did trap a pink. So that's your target for any longs. And if you're under a purple, you don't want to be long. So just nothing to do for the moment. Because that's your resistance. Okay, hit the middle. So out, hit the middle, and then if we get out again, then it can be bearish. Oh, we did stop the yellow, the pink. Return, we need triangle down underneath it. Right there. Haven't gotten out of the channel, but technically bearish, I think. Yeah, see, that is going to be choppy because we can't get out of the channel. Then we finally do. So that definitely slows you down. Under pink. We know purple's going to act as resistance. We definitely don't want to be a buyer. I'm trying to decide when I can sell. Is it here? Makes sense. But look how choppy that is. That's not momentum. So it got out of the channel, it came back, and it couldn't get on the other side of the channel. But it did I think the rule is the very next push needs to get you out. And it doesn't. They lift back up again, and then they get you out. So you don't know that you're not out. I mean, you don't know that you're out until you actually get out. So you might not be able to take this because you've already came back in. And then you get out, come back in. That one's probably okay. Out of the channel. After being outside, returning, rejecting, and going down. Plus, box in opposite directions is usually a good reversal. Yep. Okay, so box, I need a pullback. Dot with a box, I need another pullback. So this is getting a little bit extended already. There's the dot. So now I would need another one. So that would be the entry. We're not that far. But see? So that might be a good check. So let's see. The stop would technically be above this. And the idea is I need a reach. Oh, it didn't trigger. It didn't reach. So it could, and now I've got pink. So that's my target. So I don't want to sell. So this could turn. But I don't think I want to take it. See, that's technically a sell, but my target's here. Here. The orange. Like, I've already hit the target. But it goes lower. Ah, shoot, I forgot. If the pink happens outside of the channel, it doesn't, that's not how it works. Wow. And I don't know how often that's the case. I don't know. We got a pink bar back in here. I'm not really sure about that. What I'm supposed to do about that. I mean, I guess it's okay to skip it. It's probably running out of momentum. Plus, look at delta. I think I can skip it. All right. Under pink. So can't be bullish because that's my target. So I need a new pink. Yep. There's the rejection. I still can't get into the channel and stay inside the channel. Well, now I can. No new pink. I did trap this guy. Confirmed here. But like no purple bars, no boxes to work with. And I don't know how to explain how we got over this. Unless we just get stuck right here. Okay, there's the pinks. It's possible that we had 845. Or, yeah, it's usually sometimes 845. What's it called? Economic data. Divergence. Oh, volume divergence as well. So definitely a reason to stop momentum trading. It's not always going to set up, but just trying to see if I'm missing something. Once it gets under there, I don't want to be bullish. And I mean, this would be really hard to buy. I want a VPOC above it, technically. Above it, above the actual bar. Or a new pink. So here, I can probably buy... I haven't off the channel. I haven't trapped any purple boxes. Trapped this guy. I don't know if I can buy that. Trapped this guy too. Well, it's definitely not bearish. Now I'm out of the channel. Box. Pull back. Dot with a box. So is that gonna cause problems? Yep. See. So yeah, maybe entering on the box might be a problem. It's better to see that the pullback holds even outside the channel. All right, pink, purple. Oh, these are all purple bars. We technically have not gotten a VPOC that's not purple underneath this, but we've returned to the channel, so we need to bounce off this. Otherwise, it's definitely not bullish. And he is likely to get trapped. Oh, he didn't. Only purple. So, but now we need to get over this, otherwise that's a problem. Yeah, but see, we already have a star over it. I wonder if that is enough. Pink bar. See, I still wouldn't be confident. But now we're out of the channel, so now it's like, oh, it's momentum. I don't know. I can skip that too. That's very difficult on this time frame. It might be easier on a smaller time frame. It might be more obvious. Purple needs to be trapped. We don't have any purple at the top. That's different. Hit the midpoint, left the channel, but divergent high. So I'm not thrilled about momentum trading. It goes anyway. Pink. I mean, it certainly seems like when they try to trap these and they fail, like basically, or if they get retraced, like reclaimed, that their range acts as support. And I see that with these little ones too. So even though it might not look perfect with the divergence and stuff, if they can't get under this after testing under it and failing to go lower, it can't be bearish. And now you're above purple and pink. So at this point, I don't really know what else to say other than, even though it's divergent, it looks bullish. And it might depend on the higher time frame and all those things. But we've already cleared this. Yeah, I might need to do multiple time frames to really determine whether or not momentum trading is a good idea. Without the chart or anything, it's pretty tricky. Okay, so box. We're out of the channel, right? So dot. Oh, purple. But we're out of the channel, so I don't think it'll matter. So that would be out a long, if I'm right. We did not beat this pink bar. Pink box. Tested below it, did not get VPOC below it. When we did, it tested the channel and bounced. That should be viable. And yep, now the divergence like later ends up stopping you. And then let me guess, it goes right back because it touches the midpoint and leaves. Now it's probably going to run. Dude, that's so frustrating. Oh my goodness. All right. How would I handle this? I'm trying to think about this, like logically. It's clearly bullish. We've trapped him. Once again, this is what we saw today too. Bears beat a pink, which usually, unless maybe the pink is outside the channel or some other situation, often, let's say, it results in going to the back of the channel, and that becomes resistance. Sometimes, That's not how it works. Oh, this is economic data. I would never trade this. Okay. That's within a minute of economic data. Still, though, it's interesting to see how they handle it, because what I notice, pink bar, test below, this one had purple, but it's outside the channel. So my initial idea was I need to get above that to even think about being long. Otherwise, it's resistance. We get above it. So now I can think about being long, but now I need to set up, pull back. Have I held a pink? Yeah, so this pink got reclaimed, held, triangle up. So the purple bar might mean we need to slow down and wait till we get over it. But today, it didn't care. It stayed, but I think that time it stayed outside the channel. So it's not just the purple bar being outside the channel, it's every VPOC staying outside the channel. So getting a bearish VPOC outside the channel basically means this level is resistance until broken with VPOC. So once you get this, you can't buy that. And I'm okay with that. Then once you've beaten it, you can't just buy it. Otherwise, you're way too high up. You have to wait and see if this is support. It's this one, the purple. And you also can't get underneath the pink, which they did, but then they retraced it and held it. Again, I don't think that happens very often, but that looks like that's how to deal with it. If this doesn't leave the channel, I got to get out. Otherwise, it looks like you can just do like triangle up out of the zone and then dot and then wait for the next bar to make sure the dot doesn't disappear. And you can probably long that. Yeah. All right. So here's another one. So purple, divergent, outside the channel. So pause, see if they can keep VPOC out of the channel. If they can, I can buy that retest. Like that. See here, they got it back in here. So I don't want to buy the breakout. This one, they came back to the channel and bounced it with a new pink bar. So now, I don't know if I can buy this, but definitely dot triangle up. Let's see if they wiggle. Dot. Oh, that one's a box. So now I really want a pullback into here that holds. And now it's another box. So basically a pullback into there that holds. And now it's getting further and further away from the channel. So what I really want is this. Retest of the channel, 3-bar combo. I know it's out of position, but I don't think it matters because it's so bullish. See, and then if I buy the the boxes, I'm risking holding through a pullback that could stop me out only to lift. So I think I should not buy the boxes. I should wait for the pullback and make sure it holds. Because if it doesn't, we see out of position pink boxes and blue boxes get trapped all the time. So that would have saved me today in the afternoon for sure. So pull back, but not back in the channel. So, but this is definitely under pink. So normally I'd think the last pink is what matters. Biggest delta. So now I'd think it's probably going to go check out this trapped purple box, which is very nearby, so I can't really short it.
And now let's see if they hold the channel. They don't. Not bullish. Neutral or bearish. But I can't really do anything until I get a purple box, or under this. Because otherwise this can hold. Yep. So see, they test under it with a purple and bounce. And now we're in position. But we're under a purple bar. Oh, no, we're not. We already beat it. Retested it. Only a purple. This can be bought. And then we target this. You can wait for the triangle if you're not sure. It's got a plus sign and a star. That's awesome. This probably lifts all the way out. Oh, it doesn't. That's interesting. Purple box. We did beat pink. A little surprised. Okay. Did they put all the volume at the top too? Nope, volume's right here. They just couldn't, that became resistance. This green, but I didn't really see it, but this needs to hold. And they broke it. And then that's the one on the way down. And that becomes resistance. That, I've seen that happen before. Okay. So if you bought that, you'd be... Oh, look, you're underneath the dotted line. Yeah. Yeah. I knew that. Not supposed to buy into that. Okay, so that's where all the volume is. That makes sense. Back of the channel, but you have to wait because you got the volume in your way. I kind of forgot about that. Okay, so rejects with box, not in position. Under pink, have not technically beat purple. And I don't have a new purple. So I should probably wait. But it might be bearish. Okay, now we've gotten under it. So this area, oops, is resistance. We're kind of chopping the channel. What I don't know is if we come back up right now and then reject, is that enough? Well, let's see if it happens. Oh, they just drop it, which I would not have sold. Okay, so now we got out of the channel. So let's see if we come up to the midpoint and reject. Yep. Very close to touching this. And technically you can use the yellow ones too. So it could be a pullback into any of this, or even this one. And then blue will get trapped. So now I need triangle down. And they really need to leave the channel. Okay, triangle down with volume above it. See how we can't get above these green with VPOC on a bull bar? That's a bearish sign. This one too. Volume is acting like resistance. So that should be a short. But there's this support right here, so I don't know about risk reward. But it does look bearish. We've got lower lows, lower highs. And we've rejected out of this and broken under pink and purple. Pretty sure it's a short. Let's see. Yep. Okay, now any pullback into a box that is rejected can be sold. Oh, this one didn't quite reach. But it is a rejection out of the channel. So that might be enough too. I don't know. We got to watch delta and volume. See, this is a divergent volume to this one, and this one was as well, which is probably why it didn't go anywhere. But this has more volume than this, so it's probably going to be okay. This one's got a box, so I really want continuation, and then retrace, and then continuation. Okay, that's not good for our bearish idea. Let's see if the channel holds, otherwise it's bullish, or neutral at least. Okay, it's a pink, so I wouldn't buy it. My target is, if I was buying it, is a trapped pink. I guess it's way up here. Oh, there's another one. This is the highest one.
That's clearly resistance. We're under purple still. This might end up being resistance. Where all the delta is. Okay. And yeah, these, we'll see. I normally would not buy that though. But the good news is there's really nothing in your way. Yeah, so they do just lift it. And it is a pink triangle up after a divergent bar, which can work. But you can see, like, not every time. Although this one we identified as bearish. Whereas here, it's got the pink here, so getting above that's usually bullish. And no purple in our way, and no pink that's trapped in our way. Good risk reward. Okay, we come back up to the box. That makes sense. This is a trapped box. If we retake it, reclaim it, that'll be support. But until then, it makes sense that that would be resistance. Okay, so that's your target then, even the little boxes, once you beat them. Okay, so is it still bearish? And our hypothesis would say no, because we got out of the channel, we came to the midpoint, and came out of the channel, so that was bearish. But now we've returned to the channel and printed at least one bull bar beyond the midpoint and didn't immediately exit. After, like, so either one of those, either hitting this and then like chopping in there or just getting past the midpoint, generally means that that momentum is like dissipated. So we should expect neutral, which means a triangle down here is probably going to fail. Oh, they don't even get it. So any reason to buy this? Flows dot. Is it bullish? Are we above pink? Yes. Are we above purple? No, it's up here. So I don't think so. Yeah, don't think I can buy that. And this does act as resistance. And see, the risk reward is just not very good on this. But we did reclaim him. So if we pull back and hold, it might be worth it. Let's see. Do we hold him? Yep. Holding. So that is probably a better entry. I just don't know how to know whether or not this is going to continue to act as resistance, because we have not trapped a seller. And what we saw today is that it continues acting as resistance until you get momentum. So this might be a no. Yeah. Look at that. Out of position, not enough momentum, still in resistance. So don't buy it. Okay. Triangle up, arrow, in position, triangle down. Usually pretty good. Dot, triangle down. Good in position, or if you're bearish, unless you have pink or blue bars below you. And we have some down here, and we have to beat these yet. So I'd probably skip it, but it's technically pink, bear, plus sign. So it is a neutral mean reversion trade, and you target down here. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. That's why I don't take them when there's support. It just doesn't look bearish enough. We trap a purple. That should get rid of this resistance. Do these boxes continue to hold? Yes. So now, purple, bull, that pink triangle up should be okay. We also got above a green, which is a good sign. Although we did here too. Yeah, that's cool. So once we've trapped a purple, at least on the 24 tick, it wasn't working on the 15 in the afternoon, but once we trapped a purple, The purple that's above us is not as important. And that makes sense. The bears got overcommitted at the lows, got trapped, and so they're not going to attack as heavily back at resistance. But now we have a pink one. Oh, good, they hold it. No bearish VPOC below it. Okay, so is there momentum? We've got them trapped. Pink is, and then we held it. Dot. So triangle up. I don't know if this is going to be resistance or not. But normally I'd say that's probably an entry. You just have to probably take your first target here. But it might be worth it because you might get runners. Oh, it fails. So what was missing here? I did not get out of the channel. Did I miss something over here? There's a box that was never beat though. Oh, is it this? Oh, no. That's not it. Is it this one? Did we never make it over the purple with VPOC? I don't think that'll matter. That is what it is. Shoot. See, I figured that, okay. So maybe it's that the bottom of the range is resistance until you trap one, but the top of the range can continue to act as resistance. I mean, eventually, obviously, it can break. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. See, this one couldn't get above the low, and this one couldn't get above the high. Wow. So even though we trapped one, is the VPOC, the delta on that significantly higher? Oh, it's huge. Okay, so the biggest delta is going to be harder to break through. That makes perfect sense. But what's crazy is that they broke it and then lost it. And then that's when it really acted as resistance. Huh. Even though they trapped one, but this one was small compared to that. It might have been a spike relative to the ones recently, but it's small compared to that. Okay. I can live with that. Now, once we get under pink, and that one was pretty big, it's bearish. But we have this purple underneath us that you'd think is going to act as support. So I would expect neutral until we get under that, which we can't. And that makes perfect sense. So this holds as support. Now can we break this? Trying to hold as support. Would I take this? Probably not. Probably should, but I don't think so. Now the bottom of that bar is holding as resistance. Oh, right, we got under pink. I forgot. It's definitely not a good idea to buy because the pink that's been broken, and I mean trapped, is almost always going to act as resistance. So this one is probably not going to get reached. And this is your resistance. So you definitely don't buy there. And now that we're under purple and under pink, we can momentum trade. So triangle down. Oh, see, yeah, I'm kind of surprised this even matters because we got a new one. Is this new one smaller than this? I don't think so. Negative, closed at negative 76. 70. No. Alexa, go home. Why do you keep listening? Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to tell that that's gonna continue to act as support. Don't know. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. I thought it was just, oh, yeah, this one is bigger. So you'd certainly think the big one would. And this is big. Okay, so we were here. So purple, bull, triangle up. So that's the trade and perform entry. It's at location. Well, we have this trap pink. And they just break right through it after holding this. And this is definitely an apex trap too. So it's a valid entry, but seeing this act like resistance makes me want to get short down here. Maybe it's because this failed to go lower and that lets this loose. Could be that. Like you have, I don't know. Interesting for sure. I'm not sure what I'm missing. We did get these guys trapped. And we hadn't done that this time. This one and this one both got trapped here. But that kind of sucks because that means you won't know until here. I'm sorry, here. Which is like when it's already breaking into the range. But I will say here, you did not have a purple bar at the low. So I wouldn't have taken this anyway. I'm just surprised that it worked the second time. It looked like it was getting bearish. They didn't have oh, they did. It was divergent. Divergent on the low. That's probably why. So divergent on the low. And then even the trapped boxes might be susceptible to being swept. But this one continues to act as resistance. And now they're going to take this and try again with probably more volume. And there's no pink down here. So now we really are under pink, under purple again. So this is probably a short. Yep. Okay. Tricky. Otherwise, you could wait for the box, get the retrace, see that it rejects, and short there. Just in case they like take it on a second try. Did they actually sweep the liquidity? Look at that. They swept it by like 1 point, 1 tick. Brutal. And this time they had all this volume. That had to be it. All right, so don't momentum trade if it's divergent. That makes sense. All right, so now it's definitely bearish. So box, and then I want to retrace and then triangle down preferably. Dot also works. So that could be a short, although a box here is very susceptible to getting trapped. And we're already divergent. If they give a bull bar now, you'd have to let it go. And see, I don't know what to do about this other than wait for a retrace. Wait for a retrace. It's divergent. So I don't think, even if they turn it here, that I could short. Yep, I don't think I can short that. That's fine. It's also got a box on it. And I guess I shouldn't short that either because of the divergence. Although it's valid in what I was saying before. Box, pullback, dot, triangle down. We've stayed outside of the channel. We've rejected the channel. Everything else looks good. but volume was definitely divergent. And this time they don't care that much. Huh. Delta was not divergent. Maybe that matters more. And we got under a key volume level, which is probably why the delta came in. And then see how it rejected. So that might make for better entries when you get a retrace into one of these lines. And then you get another one. Okay, so now, not divergent. So if I got a pullback and then a triangle down in here, you'd think that'd be continuation. Pullback. Oh, pink. Need to usually pause, we said. And anyway, they don't get the triangle down. We don't have a purple here. We haven't quite beat this purple. The pink that we trapped was way up here. But these purple bars could act as resistance. This one's got all the delta though. So get above him and you could probably lift it. Yep. At least a little bit. But look, this one acts as resistance again. Or it's this. If we get under this with VPOC, we've hit the midpoint. So if we get under the channel, we could get continuation right there. Although we have a trap purple. So I think I'm supposed to not do that. Yeah. Yeah, this is support. Okay. And plus, they only got out of it with a purple. That's okay. So, in that case, purple, bull. Oh, and we didn't actually beat the pink with a bear bar other than the purple. So the very next bar can be a long. Yep. So that's a long. It doesn't go very far. Does this hold too? Does it just pull back one more time? Oh, it's got a box on it. The boxes get beat and then they get trapped. Enter, yeah. So you enter here, but when you see the box, I guess I got to be careful. And I never got over this box with anything but a pink bar. Okay. So probably it's a stop. Pink needs to hold. It does. So the stop technically goes here. Maybe it's okay. Oh yeah, okay, so it's gonna survive. It just had a pullback first. All right, pink at the orange is perfect. That's likely gonna work. What, again? I guess it's still not gotten a bull bar above this, and it's been bearish. But look how it's chopping in the channel. It's hard to believe that this momentum will return. Plus we have a pink here, so that can get defended. But now that there's a purple here, we can't really long. We could stay long, but we don't want to buy. Let's see what happens here. I don't know what to do until we break one of these. We break under that with just a purple bar. So a bull bar, well, no, you wouldn't want to do anything till you got over this. So you don't do anything. So now it's bearish again. Got under pink, under purple. So a pullback into that range. Pull back into this range that's rejected with triangle down could get you momentum short, I guess. Like that. I think you'd have to wait one more bar. Yeah. So that would technically be a short breakdown. I don't like that we don't have a lot of delta here compared to the last time we were here. That's not promising. But it is valid, as is this. Finally got the delta. Now they try to fight back. If they beat this, the pink is the target for the long would be up here. That's valid. Purple, bull, plus sign. And that's pretty good risk reward. I'd probably take that. I wonder if this pink's going to be a problem. Nope. Oh, another pink. That's great. Now let's see if this one goes away, because look, huge delta. So I wonder if this one will not count. it actually gets stuck at the purple. Even though it definitely trapped two of them. It gets stuck here. Okay, does this hold? Maybe it's just temporary. Yeah. Temporary, maybe. Let's see. Needs triangle up. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it never stopped, right? The entry is here. Stop is down here. Got 10 points, pulled back, chopped around. Now it's going to go. Pink bar never got a VPOC below it on a bear bar. It's totally fine. It's just, they're playing games. It's probably going to get through this, I bet. Because that big delta, I bet you anything that's what matters. Oh, I see. It's the volume point of control that's causing this turbulence. That makes sense. This one rips right through, I bet. Huh? It gets stuck at the VPOC of the old pink bar. Okay. So it's not just the amount of delta. But maybe they come back and hold this as support now. Or they just let it drop. Interesting. All right. And I don't know I don't know what to do about that other than just try to take profits if you return to a trap box. But sometimes they break right through it. It might have more to do with a higher time frame, but we even got over the volume and they just dumped it. No idea. And that's exactly what we saw today too. I was hoping maybe that was an anomaly, but it seems to be the way it works. So once we get under pink with VPOC, we are under purple and pink. So now boxes can create zones for selling. So here's a box. Here's a dot. Triangle down would be a sell. Right there. So that would be a momentum sell. I don't love how delta looks, but you got plenty of volume. Let's see if that works. Yep, it does. So that's your momentum breakdown. It definitely works really well sometimes, and then kind of well other times. But see, I guess you can't say that you can't get in on a box, because that works. That works. I don't know how to. I guess you just take it and. Because look how far you are from the channel, like building delta, building volume. Everything looks healthy here for bears until you get a pink. Now, if they just rip right through it, it doesn't matter. Yep, because they're outside the channel. Oh, they didn't get under it with VPOC. They're going to save it. See, so pause. That was an anomaly today, that it just ripped right through it. So see the box, take profit on the momentum trade. See if this rejects. So don't sell this. I made that mistake. It might reverse, but I think you have to wait for the pullback. Yeah, because sometimes this happens. And look, we don't have a purple box till like way back here. So that's a pretty healthy retrace. You don't want to hold through that. Instead, triangle down, box, triangle up. Might just be a long. Pink. Hold that and it's bullish. Yep. Triangle up and you can long again. Oh. Uh-oh. Nope. They trapped it. Dot, dot, and then another bar down. So it went to the midpoint. Oh, it's close. I'm not sure if this counts or not as a wiggle or whatever. This might not be valid because it tried and then it failed again and then it tried again. And we've seen that cause problems with momentum, plus delta divergence and volume divergence. I probably should not sell that. And sometimes it's just going to work anyway. Huh. Okay. Wow. I don't know what it is then that. Well, we got the volume to become resistance. There's that. This pink broke here. The orange and the green act as resistance. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's just that bearish. Box. See, it's still not even too late. Box, dot. Box, dot. Divergent pink. There's a real pink, so be careful. This guy's trapped. You don't want along there. They try to reverse it. You get another pink. That's pretty strong. There's still a purple here, though. I probably still wouldn't buy it. Yep. That's pretty smart. You might miss some trades, but you're going to stay away. Okay, here we go. Pink. Tested, but only a purple underneath. Triangle up, but I bet I can break through some of these. Oh, but I haven't gotten over a purple, which means these are probably still resistance. I don't know what to do about that. The purple boxes should still hold, right? Nope. Yeah, I definitely see how they might have trapped people there, but there's no big delta. I guess that's still okay. I'm not sure about that. Because I'd think they tested into it, but I'd think the back of this would still hold. Whoops. Oh, it kind of does. They just put pink above it. All right. I think the idea is right. It's just sometimes it's going to go a little further. It's not going to be a brick wall. Pink, bear, triangle down. Our target is the pink bar. Right there. Yep. That's where I'd exit. In here. Okay, bear. Oh, they hold the orange. That's strong. They hold the pink. And there's no purple. This is bullish. Yeah, bullish. I'm pretty sure. Oof, that's not what we want to see. Got to get over that. There we go. Nope, didn't get a VPOC above it. Yeah. It's going to chop. Or take this pink and go lower. Take the pink and go lower. So, pull back. Retrace. Hopefully. Nope. There. Oh, well now they're going to trap the purple. Oh, nope. It's good. So now triangle down. No triangle. I don't know if that counts. Nope. They got out of the channel. I guess they haven't put a bull bar back in it. Pretty sure this is going to break. And this is our resistance. Nothing to do. I would not buy that. And they rip right through it for some reason. Another really big delta. Oh, and they put it in. They tested below it and lifted. That seems to be a strong response when that happens. Just like this. That seems to be really good. When it's a purple bar or like you've actually swept like a spring behind those boxes. Seem to give it some energy. Because I would think that this would be a problem. But look. Oh, look. They've had bigger delta than this. That's interesting. Why didn't I get a pink bar? Huh. I don't know. I think that would give a pink. And that would explain why it's not there. I don't know why that's not showing up as pink. It looks bigger than the other one. Hold on. High. Close 136. Close 141. It's slightly lower than this one. And it didn't care. It ripped right through it. It couldn't put a VPOC above this one. So it just goes to the top of it, puts a pink bar above it, and then acts as resistance. Wow. So it is resistance. It's just not always the bottom. Sometimes it's the bottom, and sometimes it's the top. Purple's trapped. That's your target if you want to short. Right there. Oh, they put a new purple in. Hold that and it can go lower. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so a pullback would be nice. Nope, they just dump it. Damn. I mean, you did get box, pullback, enter. You could do that. Box, pull. It's just wicks. That works. Box, but that's a pink one. So it got under it. And you're not able to get back in the channel, so you can just keep shorting. That's right. Even if it's purple. I see. So you do want to wait. But once you got under it, you can just take it. Pink. Okay, definitely get out of the shorts. This guy's your target if you want a long. Not very good risk reward. Yep, get stuck. Okay, break this and it's bearish. They did not get back in the channel. Yeah. And these are all outside of the channel, so you can take a purple, I think. Yeah, cool. Oh, it doesn't go very far, but it was divergent also. Maybe you don't want to. Purple right here, so if we get triangle down, it would be a short. Otherwise, this guy's trapped. I don't know why you would long this. He's got huge delta. Yep. That's a short. Sweet. Okay. So yeah, you just have to be really careful about that. It's interesting though that like the divergence doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna go up. It just tends to make it not so like it's choppier. But if it can only get a pink bar inside the channel, it can just drop again. We saw that today too. So this one's a little bigger. I didn't really get any warning that there's no pink bar. It's just the blue. Oh, but the blue at the bottom can be a turn. But our trapped pink is way up here. So, and then there's a purple here. So your target is there. Again, what this is really making me realize is buying these is rarely a good idea because your target is like right here. We had that one back here where the target was far away. This one. No. Yeah. Nope. It was the one before that. There was one where it's like, well, the target's so far away, I might as well try it. I don't remember where it was, but it seems like usually, maybe here. Yeah, like here, it might be worth it. But normally, there's a trap pink. I don't remember where I was. There's a here. There's a trap pink or a purple, not that far away. And while it could be the top of this, it could also be the bottom. So it makes me not really want to take these. Sometimes it'll be the top. And I mean, that's an okay trade. But when it could stop right here, like why? Now it's pink, right? So now if I hold this on a pullback, I can start thinking long. And it definitely rejects off the top of the purple. So it's not long yet. It's got to hold this. But purple is good. Reverse. There. Purple underneath, or wick, underneath the pink. Now a triangle up. But I've still got this. And again, I don't know how to know that this is going to break. But this seems like better opportunity than this. Let's see. See, it's still acting as resistance. We have not trapped a purple. Purple, get over that. There we go. Nope, can't get over it. Still bearish. Got to get under this to be bearish. There it is. Okay, pull back and then drop, and we can be bearish, I guess, even though it's chopped in here because we've trapped a pink and gotten a new purple. I really want to pull back. So wick, there we go. Now triangle down. There, dot. I guess you could do it here or here. That should be a short. It should break the low. Oh, I didn't do it. Big volume, no delta. Yuck. Yeah. It hasn't had a purple box since up here. So you really need to see those delta spikes to get, and see, it makes sense there's no delta because we haven't broken this. So you know what? You might not want to do it when you're like 2 points from the low. That might not be a good idea because people wait there and then buy it, right? So that might come in handy just to not be so anxious. And we've seen this too, where today the first bar was purple, and that made it like easier to like lift because the selling is just kind of, buyers just know it's coming down, so they pull their orders and then put them in lower. So the purple being like 2 from the turn, like sometimes creates that response. Okay. And then, not surprisingly, they trapped them. And so this is a great entry. But you've got a trap pink. So your target, at best, is here. Right there. That makes sense. I guess it's okay to buy it as long as you get out. Like right there. But It's still bearish. We haven't trapped any sellers. Just pink. Now we got the new pink bar. That should clear this up a little bit. It doesn't have as big of a delta though. We might need more dips. They do get over it. And they get over the purple without trapping a purple. They did get this guy trapped right here. And then he acted as support. Okay. The little ones too, I guess. Yeah, so now we are above pink, above purple. So bull momentum works, probably, maybe. And that would be here. So is that along? Yep. And that makes sense. Above purple, above pink, get a box, get a wick, and close bullish. And if you want to wait for another one to be sure, that makes sense. Or wick into or at the channel and close outside of it. And the chances of a expansion is there. It's just not always going to work. And then just don't do it if you've got divergent volume or divergent delta. See, even here, you've got some divergent delta at the end. You can't see the volume, but it's actually probably divergent volume too, from here to here. And then purple means look out. So does it bounce off the channel? Yes. So if we break purple, I can buy it. Oh, another purple. That's not good. Yeah, now, oh, it's purple. Yeah, now we're back in the channel, so definitely don't momentum trade. But I think it makes sense to actually exit some right there, or maybe on a pullback, like right there, just exit, because you'd have to wait for it to break anyway to be sure that it's still bullish. They've trapped a blue, but not a pink. And they're just going to drop it. So it's probably momentum short, but this is your support, right? And they try to save it, right? But your target would have to be the last purple. So if you're going to wait for the triangle, oh, you don't even get it. But that wouldn't be very good risk reward. So instead, we're under purple. And now if we get under pink, we can momentum trade. So we really need a non-purple bar. There. So now wick or a pullback and triangle down. Ooh, no wick. There. That's where you want to short. But again, we're getting very close to support. It might not work. And we're getting less delta. There. I guess that's a short. Yeah, not very much though. Pink up here. I didn't expect this to go there, but usually getting above dots is pretty strong. Okay, this is resistance. Yep. Let's see if pink holds. Purple. Nope. So pink gone, purple gone, momentum. Box, wick, you could probably short that. Yep. Box at the bottom, at the turn, is always pretty dangerous to continue. It's a good sign that it's probably going to turn. And it's in position at the bottom of the channel. So probably coming up to resistance. It could go to the top of this. Wow. All the way to the top. We get a new pink. Gotta hold that, otherwise it's bearish. Yep, they held it. Above purple. Oh wait, we need a bull bar. Not pink. There. Above purple, above pink. So now we need a box and a pullback. That's a box. So pullback if we get a positive bar now. Right there. Buy. Ugh. Ooh, that one's gonna fail. Pink is way back here. It's really technically still bullish as long as we don't break that. And they do. So that one totally failed. It reached back pretty far into the channel and then only gave us pink. Well, we did get a non-pink out of there, though. Little surprise. Some of them are going to fail. This is bearish, box, pullback. You can probably short that. Okay, you'd make your money back there. Yeah, this is going to get trapped. Yeah, that's good, pink. But your target is the white line. But I'd probably take that. That's not too bad. And it might be the top. Oh, but you got a purple right here. That's your target. So I wouldn't take that. Yeah. Cool. So it gets pink above it and a wick above it and then turns. Now we can probably target this. If we get triangle down. Oh, no triangle down? No triangle down. I guess it's not bearish. We have not gotten a VPOC above a purple. That's not pink. Still haven't. Now we have. Okay, so box. So now I need a wick or, yeah, so that's probably a long. Okay. So it's definitely not going to be 50 or 60% accurate, but all you need to do is hit one of those and like hit a jackpot trade and basically be done, because eventually you're going to try and fail, because this is box, pullback, triangle up, fail. So you got to take them with small enough size that you're not going to give back all of this by taking 3 or 4 stops if you're aggressive like that. But then here's the reversal. Under pink. No purple though. But right there says bearish. Purple's here. He's trapped. He's going to be support. Right there. And now it's going to chop in there. Yep. So we got to wait till they break out of that. Now they do, but that's purple there. Bearish. Under purple, under pink. We want to pull back into this box's range. I guess that's this. So that is the entry. Or, oh, right. We would need a triangle here. Doesn't happen. This is not bearish. Interesting. So that one failed too. It had increased delta. It had divergent volume. Too many purple bars. Yeah, it's like you want the purple bar that you entered on to have a triangle. Otherwise, maybe don't enter on purple. But see, they do hold it. They just take your stop first. So mean. See, that's probably fine. Pink, I'd be careful. Now they break it. We're still in the channel. I don't know. Volume looks not great. There we go. Out of the channel. Probably good. Yeah. If you keep hammering at it, you'll eventually make the 20 points or whatever. But I'd have to do the math and see if it's worth it. Because it definitely fails sometimes. You need to get above that to really be bullish. And we got to get back in the channel. Right there. Back in the channel. So now we want to pull back because the pink is your target. Yep. There, that's good. Pink. That's what we want to see. So now let's see if we can pull back and hold that. Yeah. Hold it. There we go. Triangle up. No. One more. Wick under this. Bull. Ah, they broke it. Oh, wait. Not yet. VPOC's not under it. Now it is. Okay, but look. Support's right here. I'm not selling that. Yeah. Sneaky. They break over purple and we're coming back to this pink. Pink. Ooh, that's promising. Over pink, over purple. They're probably going to go to the top of this. So I'd target that. Look at that. Lots of pink. That might be meaningful. Look at that. Okay. Huh. Yeah, almost like getting the increase here gave us enough energy to get over this. If you did decide that you're above purple, you're above pink, it's bullish, then box, retrace, dot, triangle, that, or the next bar, that would be your entry. Or any pullback, that would be an entry. Hard though. There, right there when they bounce off the channel and then they continue, that would be an entry. Ooh, that one's going to stop, possibly, because it's purple. And, yeah, that does not look good. They held pink. But purple's going to cause problems until you get over this. That, yeah, they just rocket right back to this one. Chop City. Pink, got to get over purple. Oh, they did get over purple. So this is an entry. Sneaky. Wow. Okay. Not much, though. And now they break down under pink, only with purple. Oh, I was going to say, if that's a triangle, it's long. Got to get over that purple. You're not out of the channel. You can't trust a pink bar. There. Now it's bullish. I really want to pull back. Yep. Yeah, see, when it sits here in the top of the channel, it's really difficult. It'll eventually go. Probably now. Nope. Purple. It might not go. Wow. So how do I avoid that? Because that sucks. I'd hate to trade that. That's really tough. It started way back here with a big squeeze. That looked really strong, and it totally stopped. And I had said before that one thing I've seen is when you get a momentum trade that stops, stop taking momentum trades in that direction. And that's good advice here. Okay. Well, I can live with that. Because, yeah, that would be gnarly. All right. Well, I think I got a general idea of what I did right and what I did wrong and how this usually works. But you can just see, I mean, in general, like they clearly do act. The market pays attention to the levels that's produced by them. And once you break under, actually it's this one, under one, and you're also under purple, it can release. And that's where the bigger moves come from. So, and then once you see it slowing down and waiting to see if they can take it back, otherwise move the boxes to the new locations and wait for them to get out of there. Purple, be careful. Purple, be careful. Coming all the way back to here, probably. Oh, that's bullish. Yeah. It looks really obvious in retrospect, but again, like it's hard here. How do we know not to sell this? Over purple, reclaims purple, bounces off pink, and just rips. So I don't know, but you can see how it's starting to like stair step. Yeah, and so I'm not gonna sell that. See that? How it's like top, bottom, top, top. This is probably gonna go to the bottom. Yep. Yeah. It does make sense. It's just hard to execute. Even if you know where the locations are, you don't, what I'm trying to say is like, you don't know if they're going to sweep it and then come back, or if they're going to do this. You don't know which one it's going to be. So that makes that very difficult, even though it looks really obvious. Like you can know that that's the zone that you want to be trading in, but until you see the reversal, you don't really know if you should get in or not. And what I'd love to know is, once I've got that, is there a reason to expect that this move is going to break to the next one, or versus hit this and reverse? And all I can tell is that it has a lot to do with where you are in the channel and how much momentum there is. Because you can see when there's not a lot of momentum, it tries to stay in the channel the best it can, right? Most of the, like usual when it's balanced, most of the volume is done in the channel, and very few of the VPOCs get out of the channel and close in that direction. But if they begin to spend time in only half, then you need to break these, otherwise it's going to explode. But sometimes they try, they come down, and then they rip. Actually, that's very common. like even like that, or like that, and then they'll bounce right here, like right that, and then they'll go all the way back up. Not always. Another stair step, and then another, and another, and another. See that? It's weird, for sure. It's strange, and like I said, it looks really easy, but because you don't really know if it's going to be the top or the bottom, or is it going to pass it and then come back, the win rate with the momentum trading is just not as good as it looks. You're gonna take stops, as I demonstrated. So I think the moral of the story 5 hours later is that I need to pick my spots very carefully, and not get overzealous with it, and to be absolutely like, don't do it unless I'm confident that I can sustain the stops. Because on the days where you take 3 or 4 stops in a row, like had my morning been like my afternoon, and definitely if you just make a couple mistakes, you could have a really rough day really fast. So that's definitely a good reason not to do it. But what I've been doing, what's been working pretty well, is, like most of the time, is when I primarily am looking for those A+ trades, the turns that I know work a lot, but when they're not setting up and I can tell that they can't set up, like I can't get at location because the direction is already decided, like on a trend day, I can pretty consistently probably switch to a momentum trading strategy and at least get 20 points, 30 points. And maybe the key is just going to be take it. And then if I take a stop, just stop momentum trading like for the day. That might be the solution. So I'll get back to you guys and let you know how that's going. But sorry this was so long. Hopefully you can watch it in 2x time. I will see you